The Ghost Specialist. By Incarnated Wisp. Genre, FanFiction. Completed. Strategy. Action. Adventure. Chapter 81. The Stantler were already on high alert. About 24 of the deer Pokémon made up the valley's herd. This area was only 100 feet apart at most, but it was still wide enough to support enough Stantler that they could threaten anything that threatened them back. They grazed among the foliage, foraging for food beneath the trees. Most stayed close to the trunks, where the canopy best hid them, but others positioned themselves off to the side and stared at the sky with a watchful gaze. It was only thanks to the boulder Sam and Reedy crouched behind that the guarding Stantler didn't find them. It was unfortunately midday, just past noon, so it was too bright for any of Sam's ghost types to hide them in darkness without standing out. "I think our biggest issue is figuring out how to catch one," Sam said, whispering to Reedy. "Well, that's the whole reason we're here, but I don't think it'll be that bad," she said, sending Sam a flat look. "I'm pretty sure I can just walk down there, make myself obvious, and then challenge and catch any of them that get too close." Sam hesitated. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the new Pokédex, flipping to Stantler's entry and handing it to Reedy. Seeing his expression, she actually read through the small blurb he pointed out. "Oh," she said. "Their horns are prized, and we aren't on an official route. Approaching like that might make them think you're a poacher," Sam said. He didn't need to voice his real concern. Doing anything to panic the Stantler would mean Reedy herself would be attacked. While Sam had seen off-route groups of Skiploom and Spearow numbering in the hundreds, these Stantler were members of a much larger species. Their herd consisted of fewer numbers, but each one could probably defend itself much better in exchange. Yet, there was still strength in numbers, and if Reedy was attacked, she wouldn't be dealing with just one. With how many Stantler there were, if she made them think she was hostile, then even with both Ursaring and Porygon by her side, she'd likely be trapped in illusions and immediately trampled. Even more, this place wasn't part of any claimed forest. Stantler tended to choose densely wooded areas to protect themselves from intruders via a generous use of Confuse Ray. This herd looked migratory given the sparse foliage of this section of Johto. The valley was the lushest area Sam had seen in several days. Since these Pokémon had likely traveled to get here, they were likely more wary of unknown threats, too. As Sam mused on the best methods to go about this, Reedy grumbled and rubbed her head. She handed the new Pokédex back once done reading, and Sam schemed through the list of Stantler's known moves. "So what do we do?" Reedy asked. "My first thought is to try to lure one away, but that'd probably just cause it to panic. Trying to talk to it alone would be a way to scare it but not really negotiate," he said. "If you want one of these Stantler to become your Pokémon, you can't afford to not be upfront about it. Capturing means becoming partners. We can't just randomly throw a Pokeball and hope everything works out. And even if they did, the Stantler would likely just break out on its own or run away the second it had the chance." Frowning, Reedy stared below her and watched the Stantler graze. One of the herd's Pokémon seemed to finish eating, moving to the side. It replaced a Stantler standing on guard to give that Pokémon a break and a chance to eat its fill. The valley's tall cliffsides helped protect the herd from being easily seen. Given the shape of its walls, the valley's two opposite entrances were narrow and could serve as choke points if needed. However, anything standing in those choke points would just make itself a target. They'd be too obvious and easily hit by every single Stantler's Confuse Ray. Sam tried to look for anything else they could use, but the only things that stood out to him were a few stony areas. Those sections had thick claw marks on the walls and floors, but they were old. Likely, they were remnants of a battle that took place some time ago. Not like my idea to lure any Stantler away would have worked in the first place. This valley is basically just a wide hallway. Where would we even bring them? Eventually, Reedy sighed and pushed away from the boulder. "Yeah, thanks for the warning, Sam, but I think I need to challenge them head-on." She stood up before Sam could stop her, but he could understand her reasoning. While she'd been slowly adding more and more tricks into her strategies, Reedy's primary way of battling was still facing her opponents head-on. Presenting herself in any other way would mislead the Pokémon she wanted to join her team. So, she stood, and the moment she did, the herd's guards immediately snapped her way. The horns on their heads were split and curved, forming shapes that resembled eyes. In the crooks of those horns were brown spheres that mimicked pupils, and in front of those faux pupils, space itself vibrated as they prepared defensive moves. "Yo!" Reedy said. She stretched out her arms to show her hands were empty, silently stating she came in peace while also attempting to appear relaxed. I'm a Pokémon trainer. I have 2 Pokémon on my team. Any of you want to join me? I'm really desperate for a third catch. Sam wanted to drop his head into his palms. Reedy saw his crestfallen expression and grinned, though she took care not to accidentally expose her teeth. Below, her bold declaration caused the warbling of space to slacken. Some stayed on high alert, but the vast majority of the Stantler looked among themselves, as if confused or in disbelief. If Sam had to describe it, it was like a question was being silently exchanged throughout the entire herd at once. There's no way someone would be this stupid, right? Reedy had just revealed herself to an entire herd of wary Pokémon and effectively placed herself at their mercy. Beginning to move along the narrow ledge of the cliff, Reedy kicked up her legs as she walked, acting casual with her arms continuing to be raised. She moved over to where the ledge connected to a dirt slope, which she stepped on to slide down to the valley's floor. So, any of you want to fight? I'll show off my team. I've got some really great Pokémon with me. They're both really cool. She grinned, and another wave of disbelief passed through the herd. None of the Stantler moved, but they didn't attack, either. Sam looked on with slowly growing awe. There was a difference between being bold and being stupid. Reedy was presenting herself like this as a way to sell herself. She needed to find a Pokémon that would resonate with her in a fight. Alongside Porygon and Ursaring, catching a Stantler would form a strong core for her team, but she needed her next catch to be a Pokémon that worked with her well. The Stantler would obviously attack the second Reedy made the wrong move, but she didn't, and none unleashed their prepared moves outright. Somehow, by making herself so vulnerable, Reedy gave a lot of credence to her claims. Can you two get ready to save her? Sam whispered. Just in case. Please. Haunter poked his head out of Sam's shadow, and Misdreavus entered the air to float at his side. Sam watched the Stantler continue to glance among themselves. If anything, they seemed to be calming down. Their conversation was silent, occurring through body language alone. At one point, a slightly smaller Stantler, a young one, most likely spoke its name only to get shot down by an older Stantler whose facial fur had whitened with age. Gastly. As Sam watched the ongoing exchange, he felt something nudge his leg. Glancing down at the Gastly in his shadow tibia, he was pretty sure he was met with red eyes looking up at him in worry. What's wrong? Sam asked. They're not becoming aggressive, are they? Tibia shook his head and nudged Sam again, leaving the floor to float at his side and stare up into the distance. Sam followed the direction of the ghost-type's gaze to peer into the sky. He had to squint to see it, but he could make out the smallest of orange dots slowly coming their way. There's no way you detected something that far off, Sam mumbled. How did you even notice it was there? Tibia nervously shifted side to side. He nudged Sam's leg again. In the valley, that pale-faced Stantler stepped forward. It clearly didn't intend to get caught, but it was the oldest of the bunch and apparently most willing to risk itself. If anything, Sam guessed it was going to test Reedy. A Pokémon battle was a good way to gain a better understanding of whoever you fought. Seeing it approach, Reedy grinned and picked up a Pokeball. Sam glanced back to the sky. He was starting to understand that this encounter was a distraction. No one else had noticed that orange dot, and it was rapidly growing larger by the second. If that's just a Pokémon passing by, we don't have anything to worry about. But then if it was just passing by, Tibia wouldn't have alerted me. He can detect hostile intent. Sam swallowed. I'm right that he can't detect something from that far away in most situations. He'd only be able to detect something like that if the Pokémon is extremely strong, extremely angry, or in a large enough group. Something clicked in Sam's mind as he remembered exactly where they were. Yes, they were en route, searching for a Pokémon for Reedy to catch, but they had also been traveling to Blackthorn City, and this valley was located rather close by. He remembered the clues he'd seen. The Stantler had been paying more attention to the sky than their surroundings, and the claw marks in the canyon around them were evidence of past fights. Blackthorn City was known for its dragon types, and that dot was an awfully distinct orange. Ah! Sam felt the blood drain from his face as he immediately stood up. Reedy hadn't sent out any of her Pokémon just yet, and his sudden presence interrupted the imminent battle. He didn't bother to hide himself, and almost every Stantler turned his way out of surprise. Reedy! Fibula! Sam shouted. He pointed toward the dot in the sky. Fibula wasn't hiding in Reedy's shadow. The ghastly phased out of a nearby stone to look to where Sam was directing. Upon seeing the orange circle, Fibula reacted with an expression that Sam had never seen on a ghost type before. The ghastly visibly paled out of fear. To make matters worse, that circle was no longer on its own. Not only was it coming right at them, but 2 serpentine streaks of blue were following in its wake. "Get out of here!" Sam shouted, panicked. "All of you! And, Haunter, Mischievous, please help!" Fibula raced over and pushed against Reedy's chest, desperately trying to get her to move. Confused, she stayed where she was, staring at the sky with a squint to make out whatever was coming closer. Meanwhile, that older Stantler about to face her turned around only to freeze in place. It recovered quickly. A loud, bellowing cry left its throat and echoed between the other members of its herd. Names were shouted in alarm, and the rest of the Stantler stopped watching to turn and run. The earth shook under the impact of their hooves. Almost 24 Pokémon raced toward the canyon's exit, where Reedy was standing right in their way. "Protect her!" Sam yelled. Both Mischievous and Haunter were already moving down the cliff. The noise snapped Reedy out of her stupor. She hurriedly released Porygon as Sam's team members rushed to reach her. The stampede of Stantler was already almost upon her, but a shadow sneak saw Mischievous move faster than anyone else. Haunter wasn't as fast, but he could still float, and his direct path meant he reached Reedy less than a second behind. Together, a dual nightshade popped up to obscure her, hiding her behind a threatening sphere of perfect darkness. A full section of this valley was made impossible to make out, and rather than blind themselves and face whatever was within, the Stantler began to swerve to avoid that hazard. Sam could see Reedy bracing herself behind his ghost-type's sphere. Porygon floated in front of her as she turned around, recognizing she was trapped. The Stantler might have been running around her, but their narrow charge toward the valley's exit meant they encircled her. She would be unable to escape until all of the Stantler were gone. Sam ran along the cliffside ledge. He could see the slope of dirt Reedy had slid down only a minute before. However, at this point, he heard an ear-piercing roar shook the air. It was so loud that pebbles dislodged from the valley's walls and fell to the ledge around him. At the same moment, a gale-like wind. Sam had to stop running to brace himself, and he swore several trees bent from the force. "I hate it. I hate being right," he yelled. Something rumbled above. In the dead center of the sky above the valley, a Pokémon flapped its wings with a scowl on its face. Its body was protected by orange scales that gleamed under the midday sun, and the antennae on its head waved in its created wind. Dragonite were known to look a little goofy. The general pudginess of their bodies alongside their soft eyes and kind demeanor made most people underestimate the dragon type that they were. This one, however, could not be described as goofy at all. Its eyes were sharp and focused, and it flexed the claws on its hands. Sam could see that they fit the shape of the marks in the stone that he'd noticed before. The Pokémon strong enough to be compared to legends briefly looked at Sam and Reedy before gaining a smirk. It raised its arms and breathed in while a white light glowed in its mouth. Smiling, it turned toward the still-running Stantler herd as the move continued to grow. Singled out, one member looked up at the Dragonite in both terror and awe. Thankfully for the Stantler, the Dragonite's hyper beam was never sent out. A blue blur slammed into the dragon Pokémon to wrap it up and send it careening to the forest floor. At the same moment, that lingering Stantler panicked. Turning away from the falling pair of dragons, it ran with a newfound vigor. More determined than ever to escape, it chose to head right to the ongoing nightshade, attempting to save time by taking the most direct path out. The charge threatened to send it crashing into Reedy, and Sam jumped onto the dirt slope to slide down while yelling a command. "Hypnosis!" Alongside his shout, a flash of light marked the release of Ursaring right as the Stantler leaped into the air. The ground shook when the Dragonite hit the earth. Sam almost fell when he reached the forest's floor. Terrified, that young Stantler was too panicked to think to close its eyes. Haunter burst out of the nightshade with his own eyes glowing blue, and the Stantler immediately went limp. But it had momentum. Still in its leap, it passed right through him and entered the nightshade. There was a pause in the clearing, though the nearby Dragonite continued to roar out of frustration. Sam raced to the other side of Mischievous's move only to see Ursaring standing there and looking around awkwardly. He held the unconscious Stantler in his arms, having caught it before it could slam into Reedy. He didn't seem to know what to do with it. He couldn't exactly attack with it here, but he couldn't exactly let it go and leave it behind to the mercy of the dragon type. An answer came in the form of a shout, though it was neither Sam nor Reedy who called out. A voice echoed out from above them, and Sam glanced up to see a blue-haired woman standing on the back of a large dragonair that floated impossibly still in the sky. What do you two think you're doing? This is Blackthorn territory. No one is supposed to be here. Her expression was cross, and she placed her hands on her arms while staring down rather imperiously. Her dragonair didn't spare them a glance, but a tiny wing on its head flicked to the side and betrayed its annoyance. How were we supposed to know this was Blackthorn territory? We were just trying to find a Pokémon to catch. Reedy snapped. Yet? Well, you got one. Go, the woman yelled. This is my mistake, so I'll fix it. Dragonites actively seeking people out. Behind her, that blue blur from before, a second dragonair, used wrap to keep the Dragonite restrained on the ground. The fully evolved dragon type roared as a white light lit up the sky. A hyper beam sliced through the clouds, and the most terrifying part about it was that the Dragonite didn't seem to need to recover. The Pokémon pushed against the binding serpent, bending sections of the blue-scaled dragonair in a failure to escape. The woman on the dragonair clicked her tongue, and her Pokémon moved down just low enough for her to jump off safely. Dragon Rage, she ordered calmly once she landed. Indigo Flame licked at her dragonair's mouth, but Sam never saw the attack land. Having already dawdled for long enough, he dashed towards the canyon's exit while Reedy raced out at his side. Thankfully, a nearby, partially crumbled cliff base provided them a good enough spot to hide. It obscured them, forming a crook in the wall that meant the darkness of any future nightshade wouldn't seem too out of place. Reedy, however, wasn't as motivated as Sam to hide. She did hide behind the pile of rocks, but she peeked out to try to see what was going on. That was Claire, Reedy said. Sam breathed heavily as he tried to recover from their mad dash out. She's Blackthorn's gym leader. What's she doing out here? Handling a rogue Dragonite, looks like, Sam said, annoyed. He figured that a Pokémon as aggressive as that Dragonite had probably been going after the herd of Stantler. Sam and Reedy had the unfortunate luck of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Feeling safer, he breathed out and leaned against the cliff to rest. Honestly, traveling off-route was always dangerous, and being subjected to an attack by a Pokémon that strong wasn't too uncommon. Annoyed, he hit his head. I really should have expected to encounter a dragon type so close to Blackthorn City. Except, aren't they known for being dragon tamers? Shouldn't it have been more trained? The more Sam thought about it, the more he frowned. Something had gone seriously wrong if a Dragonite was behaving as aggressively as this. Sounds of the raging battle continued to echo out from the valley. Occasionally, a flash of light, a flamethrower, a dragon rage, or another hyper beam shot out of its open top. Reedy looked as though she wanted to sneak closer and see more than just a motionless entrance, but Sam grabbed her wrist before she could run off. Sorry, she said sheepishly. Sam replied by rolling his eyes. Minutes passed. The battle continued. More roars and horrible noises continued to pierce through the air. Sam was just happy they had a place to hide instead of being caught in the open while trying to flee. Unfortunately, that herd of Stantler was gone, but Ursaring still carried the one that jumped into his arms. It almost woke up at this point, but Sam had Haunter use hypnosis to ensure it remained asleep. Eventually, the noises of the fight faded, and the roars of the Dragonite vanished. Sam and Reedy poked their heads out to see if it was safe to leave, but they locked eyes with Claire. She stood at the entrance to the valley, looking around with her Dragonair floating above her. Upon noticing Sam and Reedy, a frown crossed her face. Her hands clenched into fists as she began to march directly their way. Chapter 82. Sam didn't move out from behind the fallen pile of stones. Though he had been seen, hiding behind something helped settle the churning in his stomach that built as Claire approached. She was like a storm, though that storm was constrained to the even march of an accomplished gym leader. Above her head, a sleek Dragonair followed, looking down at Sam's small group with a gaze that felt unimpressed. Ursaring's hackles were raised, and he walked over to stand ahead of everyone else. He positioned himself at the front of the stones, letting loose a growl and flexing his claws. The Stantler was left behind, placed on the ground with Misdreavus floating above it. Haunter lingered in the deer Pokémon's shadow, using the occasional hypnosis to ensure it remained asleep. Sam didn't move, only watched, but Reedy stepped out alongside her bear. Claire arrived, and she glanced over everyone here. She looked almost bored, in a way. I will not apologize, but I accept the blame for the attack. Dragonite evolved seconds before he split off, and I wasn't. A flash of light came from her wrist. Whatever she had in mind, she clearly hadn't accounted for one of her Pokémon suddenly releasing itself. From a Pokeball hidden within a thick wristband, a second Dragonair appeared, this one smaller and moving with far less control than the one above it. It squealed its name excitedly and tried to jump at Reedy, but Claire's personal Dragonair flicked its tail to send the smaller Pokémon flopping backward with a sudden gust of wind. The new Dragonair looked up at Claire and whined. Its goofy eagerness stood at odds with her attempt at a professional demeanor. She pinched her nose, but it was Reedy who spoke up in understanding. "No way," she breathed. "Don't tell me that." "Of course, it's you two," Claire sighed. The Dragonair pushed itself off the ground to move towards Reedy once again. This time, it didn't jump, but its movements still came out quick and excited. Its lack of aggression was obvious, and Ursaring was only willing to step aside when Reedy put a hand on his arm. The Dragonair brought up its head in front of her, and Reedy slowly brought up a hand to place on its snout. The Dragonair's eyes curved up alongside a cheerful smile. "Sam. Sam. It is. You know. It's the one. Back from." Reedy squished the Dragonair's cheeks. Any sense of seriousness dropped from Claire. Now, the gym leader just looked exhausted after that display. "So Dragonite recognized you. That's why he came this way," she said, rubbing her temples. Sam looked at the Dragonair in front of Reedy, gaining the courage to step out. A single glance confirmed the truth of the matter. This Pokémon was familiar. "You're kidding," Sam said. "You're one of the Dratini from Goldenrod's Game Corner." Dragonair winced when the location was named, but it still happily squeaked to affirm Sam's statement. Claire looked annoyed, but she didn't stop either it or Reedy. Reedy continued to pet and play with its face for several more seconds before it drew back. It squeaked a secondary greeting to Sam as it did, and he waved. "I don't need to explain its history if you two were there," Claire said, not hiding her annoyance. "The 3 rescued Dratini were passed over to the Blackthorn clan once recovered, as we are Johto's foremost experts on the dragon type. They were originally captured from..." Claire hesitated. "Kanto's Safari Zone." Sam finished, though that statement earned him a glare from the gym leader. He stuttered as he tried to explain himself, struggling to find the right words for a believable excuse. "I heard a rumor that was a thing." "Yes," Claire hissed, "but never tell anyone you know that. The 3 Dratini were poached from the Safari Zone, rescued from Goldenrod, and then given the choice of what to do. One was returned to its mother, but the other 2 wanted the strength to prevent anything similar from happening again. We negotiated with the Safari Zone, and I've been personally training them ever since." The smaller Dragonair brought up its head and coiled its body, going through what Sam had to guess was the equivalent of a flex for a serpent. Claire's personal Dragonair sighed and covered its face with the tip of its tail. The smaller one sheepishly said its name and uncoiled. It was clearly young, but Sam couldn't get that image of it wrapping around the Dragonite out of its head. It might have been somewhat naive, but it still carried the strength that fit its type. "So you're telling me this Dragonair and that Dragonite were Dratini only a few months ago?" Sam asked. "You managed to evolve 2 dragon types in that short of a time." "Of course," Claire easily answered. "Both Dratini evolved within a week. You're correct to think dragon types take longer to evolve than the average Pokémon, but that just means more effort is required to maintain an equivalent pace. However, a dragon type's final evolution can be overwhelming. Neither was supposed to evolve into a Dragonite for a long time." Claire's hand twitched, and she rubbed her wrist. There were the start of bags under her eyes. If Sam had to guess, that Dragonite's evolution would cause her more problems than just this attack. She looked over to Sam and Reedy, glancing between them and taking them in. Her eyes narrowed as she seemed to analyze them. Her mouth curved back into a frown. "He knew this just as well as I did, and he should have had no reason to push himself to evolve," Claire said. "But a dragon type's eyesight is better than even a flying type's, and we've been training in these parts for the past several days. This immediate off-route area contains the weakest wild Pokémon near Blackthorn City, and if he saw and recognized you too, he was going after us and not the Stantler," Reedy exclaimed. "He might have been trying to prove himself against you in a fight," Claire reluctantly admitted. "You were the ones to signal the start of his rescue, after all." Reedy opened her mouth but nothing came out. A dragon type had technically acknowledged her team's strength. Sam, meanwhile, was still stuck on Claire's previous point. Adding everything up, she had managed to bring a Dratini to a Dragonite in a matter of months. Evolving a Pokémon was supposed to take a long time. In the wild, Pokémon could take years before they evolved even once. Being constantly trained and pushed in battles tended to cut down that time, but it still generally took most of a season for a trainer's Pokémon to evolve twice. But a Dratini was a dragon type. They took much longer to evolve even a single time. Yet, Claire had done so in a single week, and one had become a Dragonite only a few months later. Such a feat felt impossible to Sam. It was something only a true specialist could do. He felt his hands clench. He couldn't help it, he was jealous. He wanted that same level of expertise for himself. Not with the dragon type, of course, but he wanted to achieve the same results with the ghost type. He'd make it happen, but he had more pressing evolutions to ensure, first. This wouldn't have been possible without the right motivation, Claire said, suddenly looking at Sam and recognizing the emotions crossing his face. These two went through something awful that they never want to let happen again. They've thrown themselves into training with a ferocity not every Pokémon could match. The Dragonair on the ground held its head high, proud of its achievements. Reedy silently stared in deep thought. So that's why they were given to you, a gym leader, she asked. I was the best choice out of everyone in Blackthorn, Claire said with a proud smile. I'm an expert when it comes to Dragonair. My starter chose to stay at her mid-stage, as evolving into a Dragonite would see her lose her powerful weather control. The Dragonair above her head smirked, and the gemstones on its chest and tail glowed. A breeze picked up, and Sam braced himself to stay in one place. There was a certain bite to the wind that didn't come from just the cold. Reedy rubbed her shoulder and moved a step closer to Ursaring. She glanced down at Claire's wrist, looking at where the gym leader kept her Pokeballs. So then where is he going to go, she asked. The Dragonite. To my cousin, most likely, Claire answered. He's always looking for more help against Team Rocket, and fighting criminals like them would give Dragonite ample targets while working to get his dragon's rage under control. Claire then crossed her arms and sent pointed looks to both Sam and Reedy. She didn't need to say it, but that information was secret. They were only told this information due to Dragonite's history with them. Oh. Reedy went quiet for a long while. So they're not letting you keep him, then? One of Claire's eyes twitched. Sam barely resisted covering his face with his hands. Excuse me. Your family. You're not being allowed to train a Dragonite, I mean, Reedy said. You were training them as Dragonair, but now that one's evolved and you lost control, they want you to rely on your cousin, right? Reedy had a thoughtful look on her face, and Sam understood that she didn't mean offense at all. She was genuinely curious and even seemed sad to hear that Claire was being forced to give up a Pokémon. It didn't matter. Claire didn't know Reedy as well as Sam did. She was barely suppressing the scowl that threatened to appear on her face, and her hands tightened against her forearms from where they were crossed. I'll have you know that I've trained plenty of Dragonite in the past, Claire snapped. This is simply an extenuating circumstance. If it wasn't for Team Rocket. Yeah, I get it, Reedy said. He wants to fight. Something about being interrupted made Claire go utterly still. Sam had researched ghost types for long enough to recognize the sudden danger they were in. And what about you, Claire said sharply. Trying to catch a mere Stantler? I imagine you were going to challenge my gym. At what level? 6th batch? 7th? 4th? 4th? Claire all but yelled. Yeah. Reedy replied, speaking as if it were obvious. I passed over Morty's gym cause I wasn't ready, and then Team Rocket pushed us out of Violet City earlier than we wanted. We helped capture that guy, but we haven't gone back yet. I still need to fight Walker or whoever they send in their place, but I figured I could take on your gym in the meantime. Claire's jaw dropped. Above, her Dragonair wasn't just offended, no, it was experiencing sheer and utter disbelief. Dragon types were known to be proud, and Reedy was talking about facing them as if it were just a casual matter. Sam finally let himself smack his face. Claire ignored him, sneering. Any friendliness from before had vanished. Blackthorn Gym only accepts challengers with 5 gym badges or higher. We don't even offer a trial for lower-ranking trainers. Our gym is no different from how Kanto's Viridian Gym only accepts challengers for their 7th gym badge or above. It's for experienced trainers. Oh, that's fine. I'd just take on your gym at a higher level of challenge, Reedy answered. A pause stretched out between them. No. No. I said badges, not stars, Claire said. I expect experience, not untamed strength. Who are you to think you're ready to take on the Dragon Gym at your level? Who are you to think you can travel off-route at your level? Sam slowly brought his hand down, a cold calm creeping throughout him. Reedy growled and stomped a foot. The larger Dragonair slithered down to leer at her from behind Claire's shoulder, and Claire cupped the chin of her dragon type as she glared at Reedy just as much as Reedy glared at her. Ursaring growled to support Reedy in this ongoing standoff. The smaller Dragonair on the ground looked between them and whined. As for Sam, he took a step forward. You accept challengers with 5 badges or more, yet? He asked, carefully controlling how he spoke his words. Claire's eyes snapped to him. Reedy smirked as if the fact the gym leader looked away meant she won. You're correct, Claire said. Sam smiled. If he had glasses, he would have pushed them back to let them reflect sunlight in just the right way. I have 5 gym badges. My Pokémon won a tournament. We helped take down a wanted criminal, and Reedy's team is just as strong as mine, he said. Fight us. Let us prove it. Claire frowned at his offer, but Sam did note that she no longer seemed as annoyed. Set up a challenge at my gym. Would you accept Reedy's challenge? You said it yourself that she doesn't have enough badges, he said. Claire's frown deepened, and Reedy spoke up. I can take you on any day, any time, she shouted. Who cares about how many gym badges I have? I have plenty of experience from other things. I'm as good as any other trainer, and I can beat a 5-star team, easy. Hey, my Pokémon could even beat a 6th-star team. How about a 7th? Claire asked. Yeah. A 7-star team, no prob. Reedy replied with a grin. Wait, hold on. Reedy. Ha. Claire barked out. You really think your 3-badge team is capable of something like that? You wouldn't even be able to beat a freshly hatched Dratini with a day's training. You know nothing about how Pokémon battles really work. I know plenty, Reedy growled out. Sam wanted to groan, but he could at least step in before things got worse. A 7th badge challenge, he said, trying to settle the matter, for our gym battle. You get to use a stronger team, but we take you on in our way in exchange. Reedy pulled back, looking at Sam, visibly impressed at his attempt to negotiate. Claire actually seemed to consider the offer, too. She rubbed her chin in thought. What are you thinking? A double battle, Reedy and I versus your 7-star team, Sam answered. Winning one of those requires more than just individual strength. No matter how strong a single trainer might be, double battles only work if both sides pull their weight and know how to apply strategy. I'd say it'd be more than enough proof of our strength, and this way, you're at least battling one 5-gym badge trainer while giving Reedy the chance to fight you at the same time. Claire's gaze was appraising, and Sam hoped she accepted his offer. He admitted that his plan was a little off the cuff, but it was based on what he'd seen in Hone. Double battles weren't as common in Johto, but facing Claire in one would hopefully make her more willing to face Reedy. He also got the sense that she might have been a bit embarrassed. Her proud stature was taller than before, but it also seemed more forced. Claire probably recognized she'd just fallen for the taunts of a teenage girl. But, more importantly, the gym leader had a greedy look behind her eyes. She had on that same, battle-hungry expression that Sam had seen dozens of dedicated trainers, Reedy especially, gain many times before. I accept, Claire said. As Blackthorn City's chosen gym leader, I have the right to create special challenges for trainers I deem worthy. For you two, you'll face me in a double battle against a team of Pokémon I hand select. Does that work for you? Easily, Reedy answered. Don't get upset when you lose, Sam said. Claire smirked, and her Dragonair pushed itself beneath her feet. It lifted her up, bringing her high into the air as she stood on its back. When you arrive in Blackthorn City, head to the gym and schedule a date. Claire called out. Any time will work for me, but take as long as you need to prepare. Yeah? It'll be less than you think. Reedy shouted. Sam sent her a look. I'll be looking forward to it. Claire grinned. And given your successes so far, I won't need to hold back. Claire flashed her teeth in a predatory smile and patted the back of her Dragonair's neck. The Pokémon called out its name and zipped off into the blue of the sky. The Dragonair still on the ground sent Sam and Reedy an apologetic look before taking off after her. Wait, isn't this where she offers us a ride to town? Reedy asked. An audible smack rang out as Sam brought his palm to his face for the second time today. A 7-star team is going to be difficult, especially since she'll have a dedicated strategy unlike Petrol's team, Sam mused, bringing his hand back down. I definitely think a double battle is in our favor, which is why I proposed it, but she probably has some familiarity with them. They're just not as common here as in Hone. As Sam talked, Reedy paced back and forth, kicking up her feet as she did. It's fine. We'll make a plan, she said. Sam looked at her. He realized she hadn't caught on to the extra requirement he'd accidentally forced on her. Reedy, Sam said slowly. You do know that double battles involve 6 Pokémon per side, right? She replied. Then you should realize that since we'll be fighting together, neither of us will be supplying those 6 Pokémon. We'll be expected to use 3 Pokémon each. Reedy froze mid-stride, and her mouth dropped into a tall O shape. She robotically turned her head toward Sam. I see, she said. She seemed to have trouble processing that idea. Fighting in and planning for a double battle was one thing. Catching a new Pokémon and training it enough to keep up with the rest was another. Sam proposed this battle because he knew they could win, but Reedy needed to catch the Stantler. It was no longer an idle desire, but a mandated task for if she wanted to face Claire. Slowly, Reedy turned to look at a point behind Sam, and Sam followed her gaze, staring at the space behind the pile of stones against the cliff. Red eyes opened in Sam's shadow as Haunter looked the same way. There was nothing keeping the Stantler asleep. Haunter had left alongside Sam. On the ground, the Pokémon stirred, and their real purpose behind traveling off-route began to wake. Chapter 83. The Stantler's eyes fluttered open. Without Haunter nearby to use hypnosis, there was nothing to keep it asleep. It quickly forced itself awake and scrambled up to its hooves. Glancing around, it stared at the sky in a mixture of both excitement and fear. However, Claire had already left. No dragon types lingered nearby. An exhale saw the tension leave its body, but Sam couldn't tell if it was disappointed or relieved. Stantler. Reedy wasted no time when it came to stepping forward and calling out to the wild Pokémon. The Dragonite is gone, but so is your herd. It's just you and me and Sam right now. I saw you were interested earlier, thus, I challenge you to a battle. If you lose, you'll be caught. And if you win. She grinned and held out a Pokeball. As Ursaring and Porygon were still next to her, she didn't have anyone to release, but her unfinished declaration was still clear. It didn't matter if she stated what Stantler would get if it won. There wasn't any other outcome than her victory. As Reedy locked eyes with the wild Pokémon, the Stantler snorted and trotted in place, loosening its muscles. Unbothered by its sudden isolation away from the herd, it stomped its front hooves and lowered its head to prepare a ramming attack with its horns. Reedy smiled. Sam took in the Pokémon. It was a young Stantler, skinny but with a pudgy face. The brown of its fur was strong, unlike the faded colors of that one, elder Stantler who had seen it sent back. He hadn't been paying much attention to the herd when Dragonite appeared, so he hadn't seen exactly why it stayed behind. Yet, he had a pretty good guess when he thought of how it had stared at the dragon type in awe. Porygon. I'll need your assistance for this one, Reedy said. Ursaring huffed in disappointment but still stepped back to allow the floating normal type to move forward. Moving ahead of Reedy, Porygon crackled with sparks. Though there was no expression on Porygon's face, Reedy's Pokémon was just as ready to begin the battle as the Stantler before it. Yeah, okay, Sam spoke up, interrupting. Am I the only one that sees a problem with this? Reedy and the Stantler faltered. What do you mean, Sam? What's the problem? Reedy asked. Sam ignored the tinge of annoyance in her voice and sent a pointed stare to the Stantler. He then made the purposeful gesture of bringing his gaze around to the empty space behind it. Like Reedy had said, the Stantler's herd wasn't there. I get that a Pokémon might want to be captured. I get that a Pokémon would want to join a trainer's team and become really strong. Heck, I even get the trainer's perspective of going through with that capture, but not telling your family first when you have the chance? I almost did something similar to that once, and that could have been the worst mistake of my life. Sam shook his head. Stantler, he continued, your herd is your family, and I really gotta ask, are you going to leave them like this? That older Stantler seemed like it wanted to test Reedy before letting anyone else risk themselves, like it was ready to sacrifice itself for the rest of its herd if she had bad intentions. That kind of sacrifice. Sam had trouble finding his next words. You're not going to beat her. If you take part in this battle, you're going to get caught. I'm just trying to say that you shouldn't jump into this, he said. You never know when a simple goodbye might turn into a permanent one. Don't part so carelessly. He realized he was gripping his fists, and he forced his hands to relax. He brought his gaze back up from the ground to see both Reedy and the Stantler staring right at him. The wild Pokémon looked unmoved. The Stantler snorted as if to brush off Sam's concerns. Reedy, however, didn't look away from Sam. That grin from before was gone. Porygon! Come back! Porygon returned to Reedy's side, much to Stantler's annoyance. Kind of a morbid way to think about this. What? Don't let yourself get caught cause your family might die while you're away. Reedy said with a laugh. It just makes more sense to acknowledge that might happen. I mean, that Stantler looked old. I don't want anyone to have to go through that, Sam mumbled. Reedy rubbed her head, and the Stantler rolled its eyes as it relaxed its stance. It was young, and while Sam would have thought its eagerness made it a good match for Reedy, the way it ignored what he said stood at odds with what he understood about his friend. Reedy might have been hung up about calling her parents, but with how often she brought them up, Sam knew she did love her family. I think we need to find your herd before we do anything long-lasting, Sam said to the Stantler. Do you know where the other Stantler might have gone? Annoyed, the Stantler turned around, but it did so to try to answer Sam's question. Its eyes scanned the horizon, and Sam followed its gaze. Cliffs, rocky hills, and sections of flat land covered in cracks stretched out into the distance. A few Spearow flocked across the sky. There wasn't anything as obvious as an entire herd of Stantler within line of sight. Eventually, the Stantler turned to face to its right, and it sent a side eye to the group as if to say to head the way it was facing. However, Sam felt a ghastly nudge his foot. Tibia wasn't agreeing with the normal type, he was expressing his doubts. Are you sure? Sam asked pointedly. The Stantler hesitated, then turned to its left. After taking a moment, it tried to adjust directions. It looked around before hanging its head. It didn't know where they needed to go. Just, leave it to me, Sam said, sighing. It was my idea to meet back up with your herd. I'll be the one to find them. He looked between the Stantler and Reedy and felt shadows churn beneath his feet. And it's fine, anyway, he continued. I've been putting it off for long enough, but there's something I want to try out. Sam tried to ignore how Reedy and the Stantler peered at him from behind the edge of the thin ravine he'd found. They were really a lot alike, but he was having his doubts that they were a good fit. He had asked for privacy, but he couldn't exactly fight against curiosity. Sending them away might just make them try harder to peek in. At least, knowing where they were meant knowing they weren't anywhere closer. Sam was a growing expert when it came to the ghost-type Pokémon. Of that type preferred privacy more often than not. Come out, Sam said. I know there are more of you in there than just Tibia, Fibula, and my Pokémon. Staring at and speaking to a shadow-covered wall probably made him look insane, but Sam didn't care. He knew what he was doing, and though he had split off from the group, he wasn't exactly alone. One section of the shadows before him was darker than the rest. He waited, crossing his arms and tapping his foot. The temperature in the air seemed to fluctuate as if it didn't understand how cold it was supposed to be. Eventually, red eyes reluctantly opened out before him, and Haunter pressed against the wall to push himself out. Behind him, Tibia and Fibula. The two ghastly brothers casually drifted out. Nothing else moved, and Sam's gaze hardened. The shadows wavered, and he opened his mouth to talk. I know there are more of you. You haven't exactly gone out of your way to hide. I just haven't been acknowledging you so I wouldn't have to lie about the number of Pokémon with me if asked. I'm not really supposed to have more than 6 Pokémon traveling alongside me, but I suppose it's fine if none of you are caught. He paused for a second. And, besides, Morty wasn't subtle in his hints that there's something more to it. Again, come out. We need to talk. Finally, more creatures left the shadow. 2 more ghastly inched out, both of them avoiding Sam's gaze. He nodded to them to acknowledge them before turning back to the wall. Sheepishly, a third and final ghastly exited. That was the last one inside. At least, Sam was pretty sure that was the last one inside. How many of you were a part of that storm on Route 31? Sam asked. 2 of the wild ghastly bobbed in place, doing their species' equivalent of raising a hand. And you? Sam asked, turning to the other one. It shrugged. Apparently, that Ghastly had noticed the group and joined in somewhere along the way north. Alright. So you three are tagging along, and I guess more might have tagged along for a bit sometimes, too. Since there's only 3 of you, should I just call you the first wave? All of the ghost types before Sam nodded, non-wild Pokémon included. Somehow, Misdreavus had found her way to hover behind Sam, taking his side. She seemed to be trying to distance herself from the current proceedings. She was trying to make it clear that she had nothing to do with the 3 tag-alongs. So, I don't actually have anything against you. I actually think having a bunch of ghosts in my shadow is pretty cool, and hanging out with us is probably more fun than wandering about in the wild, yet. They nodded. Cool. But I'm not too interested in letting that happen, Sam said. For free, I mean. If you want to stick around, I'm going to need to set some ground rules for your behavior. Immediately, sour expressions crossed the faces of the 3 Ghastly. One of them visibly gagged at the idea of being subjected to rules. Sam, however, quickly spoke up, bringing up his hands as he rushed to ameliorate their concerns. Hold on, he said. No, it's not like I'm going to demand you do anything. Don't scare us and we won't bother you, yet? But more specifically, I was just going to ask for your help sometimes. 2 of you remember Route 31. More ghost types are better than no ghost types. Sounds fun, right? Sam smiled at them, hoping he was convincing enough. The wild Ghastly still looked a little concerned, but he had at least managed to keep their interest. What he planned to do today wasn't an original idea. From the packet provided the morning of the final petrol encounter, Sam had learned Morty had sent ghost types all throughout Violet City, and with the numbers needed to cover such a large area, he had a feeling not every one of those ghost types were trained. He wanted to have just as many ghost types under his command to achieve something similar. Gimme a moment. Sam held up a hand to ask for the Ghastly to wait as he opened up a Pokeball. With a flash, Quilava appeared on the ground. I'm not going to order you around, but I am going to sometimes request your help, Sam said to the watching ghost types. Sometimes, I'll need your assistance to keep things exciting. Beats me sitting around and doing nothing, right? The Ghastly nodded curiously. Unlike his recruitment pitch from last time, they seemed to be waiting for more details. Sam brought up a hand. Follow what she tells you, and what he tells you, Sam said, pointing to Quilava, Misdreavus, and Haunter respectively. I guess you can follow what Primeape tells you too, but he's probably going to tell you to fight him and stay still so he can punch you in the face. One of the wild Ghastly perked up at that. But we'll do a test run before going into any specifics, Sam said. We're trying to find that herd of Stantler, so let's see if this idea is worth pursuing in the first place. Instead of me and Reedy going out and wandering for a few days, you wanna help us find them? Instead of wasting that time on boring travel, let's see if we can move on to the next step quickly. A trio of names rang out as the wild Ghastly agreed in a mixture of both interest and cautiousness. Haunter spoke up at this moment to try to encourage them on. If Sam had to describe it, Haunter was like the ringleader of their gang. With him tossing his support behind Sam, they suddenly seemed way more willing to go along with what he said. Wanna lead this search? Sam asked Haunter. Haunter nodded so fiercely he bounced. Sam laughed and gestured to the open entrance of the ravine. Head out whenever you want. Immediately, Haunter vanished into a shadow, and the 3 Ghastly plunged down after him. Inconsistent shapes swept through the darkened sections of the ravine, rushing from hiding spot to hiding spot as Haunter led the charge. Misdreavus and Quilava stayed behind, almost like a pair of home commanders. Tibia and Fibula stayed here as well, as they were still assigned to keep an eye out and protect Sam and Reedy. Petrol might not have been a threat any longer, but Porygon was still a rare Pokémon. Those 2 would be staying around for quite some time, at least until the League judged Sam and Reedy to be strong enough that their own teams provided ample protection. As Sam watched the group of ghost types disappear, Quilava looked up at Sam and squeaked at him flatly. Misdreavus let out a high-pitched laugh in response. He shook his head. I'm sure they'll be fine. Quilava sent him a doubting look. Misdreavus tried to hide the way she floated down, but Sam was pretty sure those 2 were beginning to hash out a bet. With his potential plan having started, Sam left the ravine. Reedy immediately backed off when she saw him coming, and the wild Stantler pulled far back. It was pretending to graze when he emerged, though there weren't any living plants nearby for it to eat. So, What's going on, exactly? She asked. I'm sending out ghost types to search for us, Sam said. Haunters organizing the group. Oh. Reedy blinked. So some of those ghastly stuck around. Yeah. I was just clearing up for them tagging along, and if this works out, they'll pass along the message to any other ghost types that join, Sam said. It's really cool. Any ghost types that hide in my shadow should now understand that if they want to secretly watch us, they'll need to help out sometimes. It's like my own personal army of ghosts. Though Sam felt giddy, Reedy shivered. The actual search itself didn't need Sam's help at all, and he trusted Haunter to guide the small group of wild ghastly. If any of them got into trouble, their presence would be familiar enough that Tibia and Fibula could detect their distress. So, for now, without anything else to do but wait, Sam sat on a nearby boulder to rest. The nearby Stantler stopped pretending to graze and looked up. It hadn't been involved with their conversation and looked confused about what was going on. Nothing happened right away, as the scouting ghost types needed time to find the herd they were looking for. Sam sat back and pulled out the new Pokédex. He reread the entry on Ghastly for what felt like the 1000th time. However, Reedy was unable to sit still, and she started to train with Ursaring and Porygon. Both Pokémon had moves to develop, and she wasn't one to slack. Ursaring's swords dance wasn't anything special, though his fight with Petrel allowed him to get more practice in. Using the move, he swiped claws across one another, increasing their sharpness while stomping his feet in an almost rhythmic dance. Unfortunately, it took a while for a proper boost to take effect, one of the reasons they had to stall before jumping in against Petrel. This self-buffing move wasn't exactly battle-ready, and he wasn't at the point where he could maintain multiple uses of its effects. As for Porygon, that Pokémon worked on Thunder Wave to give Reedy's team a highly needed way to paralyze foes. Though Porygon's artificial nature meant it excelled at manipulating energy and aiming at targets, it seemed unable to reduce the power of its attack to guarantee a status condition instead of dealing damage. Porygon was trying, however, and it went through systematic attempts at reducing the amount of energy provided. Misdreavus moved to its side to work on her own big list of attacking moves, as several of them weren't dissimilar from Porygon's rays and beams. While the practice continued, Quilava laid across Sam's feet, and Primeape stayed in his ball. Still confused, the Stantler looked around. As everyone had settled into a familiar training routine, it tried its best to not look envious, failing horribly to do so. Trotting over to one empty space, the wild Pokémon started to practice on its own, and Sam subtly glanced up from his book to watch it. The Stantler pretended to charge and buck at the air around it, but it didn't seem sure of what it was doing, and it wasn't exactly using any attacks. It would run a few yards before swiping up with the horns on its head, and then it would turn around and lift up its body to stomp on the ground with its hooves. Sam supposed that movement could be called a stomp, but it wasn't very targeted and was more like a leg-based slam. Notably, there was no use of hypnosis or any other illusion-based move. Though those effects were one of the primary capabilities its species was known for, this Stantler must have been younger than Sam first thought, as it seemed utterly incapable of those attacks. It never noticed Sam watching, and he caught every time it sent a glance to Reedy. It tried to see if she was impressed with its movements, but she never looked its way. She was too focused on helping Ursaring and Porygon. Sam supposed she'd already made up her mind. It might have seemed cruel, but she likely recognized the gap between their beliefs wasn't anything easily fixed. That, and the Stantler was young. The best thing they could do for it was to return it to its family. It took half an hour before any of the ghastly returned. A lone shape scurried into the shadows of the stones surrounding their impromptu campsite, and a single ghastly floated up out of the ground. "Found them?" Sam asked. The Stantler jumped. It hadn't noticed the ghost-type return. To respond to Sam's question, the wild ghastly opened its mouth to speak but hesitated. It glanced at the direction it came before speaking a single noise. "Asli." Quilava brought up her head. Misdreavus turned around to lock eyes with the Pokémon. "Miss. Gas. Quill." All three of them looked at Sam, waiting for instructions on what to do. "What's going on?" he asked, standing up and putting the new Pokédex away. The ghastly repeated what it said and turned around to stare into the distance. It then sent purposeful glances to both the Stantler and Misdreavus. "You." Clues snapped together. Sam could hardly resist covering his face. "So, what I'm getting is that Haunter found the Stantler, but," Sam groaned. "He's trying to scare them, isn't he?" The ghastly happily nodded, telling Sam that he was exactly correct. Chapter 84. Sam followed the wild ghastly over rocky hills and through crag-like canyons. The foliage in these parts was sparse, but there were plenty of shadows from overhangs that let it float forward without being disrupted by light. Sam had to frequently run to catch up. Since the ghastly could float, it merely moved past any obstacles without any issues. It almost left him at several points, but once it was too far away, either Misdreavus or Quilava would call out, and then it would stop and wait for everyone to catch up. "Are you sure it's leading us to Haunter?" Reedy asked as the Pokémon dipped into a crack in the wall half hidden by a boulder. "I'm sure. Look at Quilava and Misdreavus. You think they'd be acting like this if it was lying to us?" Quilava leaped from stone to stone, putting her trained agility to use. Sometimes, she wouldn't account for a jump properly, leaving her back legs hanging off as she scrambled for a foothold, but a slight push from Misdreavus helped her when Sam couldn't reach. Misdreavus herself simply floated after the ghastly and even phased through obstacles instead of floating around them. Neither of them seemed to doubt this ghastly's guidance. As for Sam, he had a feeling this Pokémon was actually leading them Haunter's way. It never once sent a subtle glance back to check their reactions, and it never looked around in either curiosity or boredom. It simply floated forward to lead them to their destination. With a purpose so obvious, Sam was confident that it had a specific location in mind. He doubted it was tricking them. If it was an exceptionally good liar for an unevolved ghost type. They continued after it, following it into a thin tunnel where the tops of the cliff sides pressed together to form a sort of cave. It sloped down, worn away into a bent path by a small trickle of water. Sam had to use the wall to brace himself, and Quilava had to walk at an angle to not slide down. Ursaring couldn't have fit in here, but Reedy had returned her team members when they first left to follow the ghastly. As for the wild Stantler with them, it followed, but it had to move slowly to keep its hooves stable, and, due to its wide antlers, it had to turn its head to the side. But they arrived soon enough. Right away, Sam could tell they had been led through the back entrance, as a far portion of the roof of this cavern had collapsed to form a pile of stones agile enough Pokémon could hop down. Light peeked through cracks from above to provide just enough illumination to see. That trickle of water between their feet joined several others to form a pond, and between this entrance and that fallen rubble was a long branched tree that had somehow grown within this underground cave. And the Stantler were here. They stood positioned in the center, standing in the shape of a spiral, horns glowing with a light that caused Sam's head to hurt when he stared. There, protecting them. At the center of the herd, in the very middle of the spiral, were what seemed to be a few other Stantler ever so slightly smaller than the rest. Those Pokémon matched the size of the Stantler with Sam and Reedy, and Sam realized that those were the herd's young. His eyes were immediately drawn to a patch of shadow set to the side. The moment he saw it, he wanted to groan, annoyed. That pale-faced Stantler stood separate from the rest, staring at the darkness with its horns alight. Within the darkness itself, an indistinguishable blur with a pair of bright, curved eyes peeking through. Though Haunter's mouth was hidden by his disguise, his eyes betrayed his smile. He allowed himself to drift to the side, a motionless breeze chilling Sam as he did. That elder Stantler watched Haunter warily. Sam knew the moment he made any wrong move, the Pokémon would attack. Except, Haunter wasn't attacking. His presence was terrifying enough, and he was taking great pleasure in taking in the reaction of the Stantler. "Really, Haunter?" Sam grumbled. In the end, Reedy was the one to shout. "Hey! Stop that!" Alongside her, the young Stantler let out a bellow that finally alerted the rest of the herd to their presence. The combined noise echoed through the cavern, and the elder Stantler turned around in surprise. The glow surrounding the herd seemed to deepen, and the Stantler under the tree began to become indistinguishable within a blur. Haunter's eyes momentarily widened, and recognizing Sam was here, he lunged. "Wait!" Sam yelled. It didn't matter. Haunter unleashed his attack, and a deep purple wind blew out from inside his shadows. Except, while the Stantler's fur stood on its ends, nothing happened. Ominous Wind was a ghost-type move and had no effect on the normal types here. Sam slapped a palm to his face. Haunter. The only reason the elder Stantler didn't attack was due to how Haunter left his shadow. He was cackling madly, so absorbed by his own laughter that he no longer had any defenses up. He clutched his stomach with one hand, pointing at the Stantler facing him with the other. It stared at him, the glow lowering alongside the appearance of a flat look. The ghastly that had led Sam here burst into laughter as well, and the snicker of two other ghastly came from the shadows above everyone's heads. Really? Reedy sighed. Sam dragged his hand down his face. You gotta admit that it's a little funny, he said with a sigh. The wild Stantler glared at Haunter as he floated over to Sam's side and slipped into his shadow. Note to self, don't send ghost types out on a search unless there's someone more responsible with them. Like Miss Drevis. With Haunter gone, the glowing of the elder Stantler's horn ceased. Haunter had been lingering nearby, acting as a threatening presence for a while, but the wild Pokémon seemed to at least recognize that Haunter and the rest of Sam's group meant no harm. They were just dumb. No, it instead brought its gaze over, not paying attention to either Sam or Reedy in the slightest. It locked eyes with a certain Pokémon, and that young Stantler from before took a cautious step forward. It said its name and was met with silence from the other one. However, the elder Stantler seemed to visibly relax as its eyes sparkled with relief and now fading worry. A single word came from its mouth. The Pokémon said its name to beckon the younger one to approach him. It reluctantly walked forward. The Stantler didn't speak, but they pressed their sides into one another in a sign of familial affection. Hey! Reedy called out. The young Stantler turned her way. The older one looked at her with both subdued gratitude and caution. I want you to know I still stand by what I said earlier. I'm going to catch one of you. The older Stantler grunted, trotting in place. Reacting to the simple command, the young one reluctantly joined the rest of the Stantler. The mass under the tree opened up to allow it to move in. Reedy watched the proceedings with a careful eye. Sam gauged her reaction as well as the reaction of the older Stantler before her. Weirdly, he felt as though Haunter's scare had actually helped. That period of fright followed by dumbstruck relief helped the Stantler understand there was no hostile intent behind Sam and Reedy's presence. Again, they were just stupid. Back in that valley grove, you were going to test me, Reedy said, loud enough for the entire herd to hear. I could tell. It was pretty obvious. You were going to fight me as if to see if I'm worthy of catching one of you. That older Stantler bowed its head in acknowledgement, and when it brought itself back up, its eyes were shimmering. For some reason, Sam could only call that reaction excitement. Reedy took a step forward, and the old, pale-faced Stantler began to move to circle around her. She walked to the center of the room while the rest of the herd watched in silence. Once it found a good place, the old Stantler dug a hoof into the ground. Reedy's hand moved to her belt, and she turned to glance around at all the wild Stantler here. I want you to know that I don't just want any Pokémon, she announced. I want you to know that I'm searching for a partner. I want a team member I can trust and rely on as we take on the toughest challenges of the Pokémon League. I want us to get stronger together and not just mindlessly pursue strength. She shook her head. You'll see what I mean when my Pokémon and I win this battle, Reedy continued, a grin growing onto her face. My team and I won't be fighting like any wild Pokémon you've encountered before. Her grin exposed her teeth, and she brought a certain Pokeball up in her hand. She sent the smallest of glances to the rest of the Stantler before drawing her arm back. Don't get scared. He's pretty big. With a flash, Ursaring came out and roared. Sam could hear the many, nervous hoof steps coming from the herd, but three larger Stantler that stood at the front sent confident stares to the rest that managed to calm them down. That elder Stantler seemed not to care. Its head moved up and down as it casually looked over Ursaring, unimpressed. Ursaring's species wasn't too uncommon in the mountains, and Teddy Ursa were frequently found in the route south of Blackthorn itself. Given the nearby location, Sam was pretty sure this Stantler had encountered several Ursaring before. Heck, given both its age and confidence, he was pretty sure it had defeated several Ursaring before. The old, wild Pokémon dug its hoof into the ground to prepare itself, moving in a way that didn't betray its age. It might have looked old, but it was still a Pokémon. Age didn't have the same impact on a Pokémon as on a human. Yes, a younger individual might have been more physically fit, but this was a wild Pokémon that managed to become elderly. There was no saying how much experience it actually had. But there was at least a clue to the outcome of this battle. The Stantler's species was usually pretty unemotive, but there was a small smile on its face. Be careful, Reedy, Sam said. He was starting to think this Stantler would be a more difficult fight than either of them would have thought. If anything, its next action confirmed its experience to Sam. Instead of attacking, it confidently bowed its head to give Ursaring the first move. That made Reedy's grin deepen, and she nodded to Ursaring as he began to sharpen his claws. His rhythmic swords dance started up, the only sound in this cavern now being the faint trickle of water and the regular clash of his claws. The smile on the Stantler's face grew as well. With how obvious it was, Sam had a feeling it wasn't casually smiling. No, when it saw Ursaring use Swords Dance, the wild Stantler had grown elated. Thought Pokémon like you were supposed to be wise, Reedy mumbled. But you're still a Pokémon. You like to fight. Finally, Ursaring's Swords Dance concluded, and the Stantler lowered its head. It bent its knees to prepare to run, and Ursaring brought his claws up to defend himself. The deer Pokémon exploded forward into a dash. Here we go. Grab it, Ursaring! Reedy yelled. The smirk on her face told Sam she planned to end this battle quickly. However, the elder Stantler never reached Ursaring. At the very last moment of its charge, it veered to the side, and the bear Pokémon's lunge saw its slash do nothing but swipe through the air. Stantler ran past him and curved around to come at him from another angle. Rather than having Ursaring try the same move again, Reedy shouted for a different attack. Rock slide! Claws were swiped through the air, and mimicking the motions of throwing a boulder, Ursaring sent many, sharpened stones tumbling after the Stantler. The old Pokémon showed off its experience by nimbly moving out of the way. Despite the weight of its species, its hooves brought it forward as if it weighed nothing at all. Something glinted in the Stantler's eyes as it maneuvered for another takedown. Ursaring braced himself for a hit, but for the second time, the Stantler changed directions at the last second to not get close to the bear Pokémon at all. Fool me once, Reedy grumbled. Focus energy. Time your attack. Watch it carefully before you strike and don't let it tire you out. Once more, the Stantler's run curved to allow it to turn its charge around. Its movements were identical to its charge from before. While watching the Stantler, Sam also saw Reedy unconsciously hunker down, not unlike Ursaring, putting her entire focus into the battle. However, he also noticed that she was paying far too close attention to Stantler's charge. She was missing something, but it was subtle. The air in front of the Stantler's horns tinted to become a light grey. Watch out! Sam yelled. Reedy snapped her gaze up, but she wasn't able to order Ursaring back fast enough. Focus energy required a certain amount of commitment, and he was already preparing himself to strike. A claw swipe went wide. As the Stantler ran past Ursaring for the third time in a row, it didn't just run past without doing anything else. Taking advantage of the expectation, it was able to send the beam of a confuse ray to strike right between Ursaring's eyes. That was a little different than Haunter's, but it definitely worked, Sam mumbled. The Stantler kept running until it slowed to a halt several yards away. Reedy stood up straight, met the Pokémon in the eye, and looked annoyed at herself for falling for that simple trick. Man! You fooled us! Made it seem like you were all about physical strength, then used a status move like this. She rubbed her head and brought a hand over her face. When she brought it down, she had a wide smile on her face. That's fine. It doesn't matter. We can use that. Sam could imagine the illusion Stantler had subjected Ursaring to. A dark forest. A spinning grove. Shadows around him that hid its exact movements. Something that had placed a dazed look in Ursaring's eyes. A shout from Reedy could have saved him, as Sam knew that practice with Haunter had seen Ursaring become confused many times before. However, she didn't bother. How about I change things up, she called out. Want a more interesting fight, Stantler? Its horns were outright glowing, and the space around them waved. The elder Stantler looked to Reedy and tilted its head. It continued to smile. A flash of light saw Ursaring disappear. A second flash of light saw a Pokémon replace him. Porygon. Let's make this quick. The elder Stantler cocked its head to the side as Reedy released Porygon. The artificial Pokémon crackled with static, and pixel-like squares overturned themselves in a wave to tint it yellow. Charge in conversion, Sam identified. Charge was a new move, at least to Sam. He knew that Reedy hadn't been slacking on developing her team. She just didn't always share newly learned moves with him. Try charging again, Stantler. You won't like the outcome, she yelled. Reedy hunkered down once again. This time, she didn't allow herself to get too focused, and she clenched a fist as if ready to strike. The Stantler took that challenge for what it was and lowered its head and began to charge. Genuinely, Sam was unsure if it was actually planning to strike or if it was going to swerve at the last minute. Charge beam! Reedy yelled. Porygon crackled, and pure electricity gathered up into a ball before shooting out. Stantler's charge was never finished. It was forced to pull away before it could even think of getting close. More charge beams came out, and the Stantler was forced to keep running. However, this movement revealed a second trick of this battle: the Stantler hadn't been moving at full speed until now. Porygon continued to track it. The charge beams were aimed at its feet, and each one sent scorch marks into the ground. Reedy watched and waited silently until Porygon exhausted itself of energy. The Stantler turned and charged right at Porygon. This time, it didn't change directions. A single rush forward saw the Pokémon slamming its horns right into Porygon. Porygon closed its eyes and suffered the head-on blow. Yet, Reedy had her own trick up her sleeves. Before Porygon could be bashed away, she had her Pokémon unleash its strongest move. Discharge. Charge built up electricity, conversion gave Porygon the electric type to better handle it, and then Charge Beam helped build even more energy past that, too. With Discharge, Reedy threw her fist forward, and everything Porygon had gathered was released. This was a simple trick, but it was one that was extremely effective against a wild Pokémon like Stantler. For as much power and experience as it had, it never once had the benefit of a trainer or that human mindset that sought new ways for it to apply its power. Yes! Reedy shouted. Now, back up, Porygon. That wasn't too bad of a hit, right? There was a scuff mark on Porygon, but otherwise, the Pokémon looked fine. The Stantler, however, stumbled back from Porygon and wobbled on its feet. There was a keenness to its eyes as it took Reedy in. Though it was old, this was a veteran of many battles. Its horns glowed for a new attack. Now! But Porygon's Psybeam was faster. As the old Stantler fell to the ground, shouts rang out. A few members of the herd yelled their names in worry. The three largest Stantler, the trio that looked the most powerful among them, stayed quiet, choosing to observe what Reedy did next in absolute silence. She approached the fallen Pokémon. The trio of large Stantler narrowed their eyes. Their horns were valued, and Reedy was a human. Who was to say she wouldn't take them from an unconscious Pokémon when she had the chance? However, as the noises of hoof stomps filled the room, Reedy continued forward, unbothered. The herd grew agitated as she moved closer and closer until everything seemed to stop all at once. Rather than anything aggressive, Reedy reached into her backpack to take out a single berry. She placed it on the ground in front of the unconscious Stantler's face, and she kneeled at its side to treat its wounds, carefully healing it under the watchful gaze of 24 Stantler at once. Reedy had to admit she was a little nervous, but she didn't let that show on her face. These weren't Pokémon familiar with human interaction. They lived off-route, where both battles and their results could become devastating without a way to heal. She moved slowly and carefully, trying to mimic the way she'd seen her father treat Pokémon in the past. Whenever a Pokémon too wild or aggressive for the average trainer was sent her family's way, her father was always the one to help them. He treated them kindly, carefully, and cautiously, giving the Pokémon the respect it deserved. She even copied one of his tricks. Placing that berry on the ground was a way to minimize the chance that Stantler would lash out once it woke up. She knew the old Pokémon had enjoyed the battle, but the bleariness that came from exiting unconsciousness could see it instinctually attack someone unfamiliar it viewed as a threat. But having food right there would trigger a different instinct. Battles took a lot of energy, and smelling that berry would see it eat instead of attack. Although, she would have likely gone with a different strategy if Stantler wasn't as large. Small Pokémon tended to be vicious when there was food in front of them. They carried some sort of instinctual need to try to defend their meals from anyone they thought might take their food away. From her backpack, Reedy retrieved a super potion and sprayed the side of the Stantler. Anywhere where Porygon's electric-type attacks had left fractal-like burns, the healing medicine caused the discolorations to fade. As the pain of the attack faded away, the Stantler's eyes opened up, and thick teeth snapped down onto the berry before it realized what was going on. Reedy used that moment to hurry away as the Pokémon pushed to its feet. With its age, its movements came out a little shaky, but it only looked so old due to the wear of living off-route. There was an obvious, learned control behind its movements, and once standing, the same grace from before returned. It stared down at her. Reedy didn't quite meet its height. Stantler was a big Pokémon, and as she looked up at it, she felt as though the horns on its head were a crown. Regal. That was the one word that passed through her head. The lines on its face were more evident up close, but there was a satisfaction in its eyes that saw it tilt its head in a respectful bow. Reedy bowed back. Thank you. She wasn't sure what she was thanking it for, but saying that after their battle felt right. Thank you for the battle, she then clarified. We learned a lot. I've been trying to build my team around powerful attacks, but I shouldn't let myself get distracted by that idea when facing someone doing the same. She brought herself back up and grinned, lazily rubbing the back of her head. The Stantler looked at her before snorting, amused, and it shook its head as it walked away. Turning around, it was making itself vulnerable to her. By doing that, its message was clear. Reedy had its approval. The dizzying glow that protected the rest of the herd faded as the other Stantler dropped their illusions. All of the deer Pokémon were staring at her, but when she stared back, they began to quickly look around at themselves, instead. They communicated more with body language than spoken words, and she had a feeling these Stantler were going through a discussion. She'd made sure her objective was clear. One of these Stantler was going to be caught, and now they were trying to figure out if any of them were actually going to take up her offer. Reedy. Sam joined her at her side. Reedy looked at her friend as he moved next to her. I think you've probably motivated at least one of them, he said. Calling for discharge was a good choice. Out here, I doubt they see many electric types. An unknown move like that will definitely make them interested. Nah, Reedy said. I wasn't trying to do anything that clever in our battle. I wasn't trying to show off something new. I just want one of them to be inspired by the power Porygon showed off. A single move isn't that important. She grinned, but she hurried to push her lips back together. Showing her teeth could be seen as a bad thing, especially when it came to deer Pokémon like Stantler. The Stantler's discussion continued, and Reedy heard plenty of huffs, snorts, and stomping of hooves. If she had to guess, most seemed uninterested, but a few did seem to have some curiosity. However, it wasn't a common reaction to her, and most of the discussion seemed to be the other Stantler warning the interested ones off. There was safety to be found in a herd, and Reedy's group wasn't large. She was effectively asking them to leave their family and join her, instead. Just because she had given them an offer didn't mean any of them would take her up. But as the discussion went on, Reedy panned her gaze around the room and saw something she didn't expect. That elder Stantler had completely removed itself from the ongoing talks. It stood off to the side and looked on, its gaze lingering on the three Stantler that looked taller than the rest. Those ones were moderating the discussions, and one even sent a sharp look to a familiar, young Stantler who tried to push to the front without talking about it with anyone else. She found herself staring at the old Stantler. The expression on its face was mixed. Happiness to see a member of its family get this chance. Sadness to know that a member of its herd might be leaving. Satisfaction to see everyone get along so well without its input. And then reluctance. A strange reluctance. The more Reedy stared, the more she realized that it was trying its hardest to never turn her way. Hey! Reedy called out to get its attention, and the cavern plunged into silence. Her voice echoed around, and that elder Stantler's eyes finally flicked to her. Why was it you that challenged me and not one of them? I get that I needed to get your approval, but those three Stantler over there look strong. I could have probably fought one of them and been a safe way to give a younger herd member experience in a fight. The old Stantler visibly winced and turned around in the faint hope she was talking to someone else. But Reedy kept staring right at it, and it awkwardly trotted in place, unsure how to actually respond. It said its name. The response was meaningless to Reedy. What did help her understand better was the concerned look it sent to the rest of its herd, which were all younger Pokémon from its perspective. I get it. It's a cost-benefit scenario, Sam said next to Reedy. Since you're the oldest, no one else in the herd would be at risk of getting injured. If you got seriously hurt, everyone else would still be able to run away and live on. It looked away, almost guilty at the accusation. Reedy felt like Sam was right, but she felt there was something else to it, too. You're selfish, she ended up saying. I bet those three tougher-looking Stantler probably fight the most, yeah? But you could argue for yourself to take me on here. It was one of the only ways you could get in a meaningful fight. The Pokémon's face was expressionless, and it was keeping its body purposefully still. Sam was staring at Reedy, now. Apparently, he had missed that. You're old, but you like fighting, Reedy continued. You've separated yourself from your herd because you think it's time for the younger generation to get a chance. You've already given up on the idea of a better future for yourself, haven't you? Reedy shook her head, and with the way the older Stantler stared at the floor, she knew she was right. All right, she said. I figured it out. I've made my decision, and I know who I'm going to catch. Several of the younger Stantler looked up hopefully, but she didn't look their way. You, Reedy said. The entire cavern was plunged into disbelieving silence as Reedy pointed to that oldest Stantler here. Yet. You're old. So what? You're good in battle. And you know what actually matters. You heard me earlier, I'm looking for a partner, not just a Pokémon that wants to mindlessly pursue strength. And don't bother arguing with me, I'm already convinced. By the end of today, you'll be joining my team. Right away, the older Stantler brought its head back up and bellowed its name. It sounded angry, it was trying to refuse. Nah. I don't care. I already beat you in battle, so I'm going to capture you and take you with me. What would you even do, otherwise? Just stay on the edge of your herd and waste away. Reedy had seen the look in the Stantler's eyes. It had never once betrayed its eyes. If anything, that light that appeared during the battle had made it appear sharper than the rest of the herd. But... I get it, Reedy said, rubbing her head. This herd is your family, and I'm kind of just snatching you away. You feel like you have a duty here, and even though others have already taken your role, you don't want to leave. But I see that fire in you. With how much you enjoyed our battle, why not take this opportunity when you can? Its reluctance wavered, and Reedy immediately pounced. I'm offering you a chance. Take it. Come with me, and you'll experience battle after battle, get the support of a trainer, and gain information about moves that you've never even dreamed of. So? Reedy asked. Want to join me? Let's take on the world and prove you still got it in you. The Stantler still hesitated, but her words had struck it in the heart. They had battled, and she knew it understood the truth behind her words. And when she was finished speaking, a mixture of shouts came from its herd, with almost all of those Stantlers shouting to try to convince it one way or another. Some of them clearly didn't trust Reedy at all and were telling it to hold back. At the same time, others were trying to encourage it, trying to tell it to take this opportunity. The three leading Stantlers stayed silent. They were giving the old Stantler a chance to choose for itself. But then, one shout was louder than the rest, that young one from before. It bellowed its name in an attempt to convince it to take what it wouldn't be able to get itself. That single outpouring of emotion seemed to snap the old Stantler out of its stupor and make it come to a decision. Reedy felt a bit of guilt she wasn't catching the Stantler that desperately wanted to be caught, but she was thankful to it. She knew that with just a bit of time, it could go to a main route and find a more suitable trainer than her. The older Stantler said its name. It had come to a decision, and it wanted Reedy to approach. Once more, she moved closer to it. It looked just as regal as before. The Stantler stared down at her, and Reedy looked up and met it in the eye. It tilted its head to the side to encourage them to face away, and the second they did, it slumped. I get it, she said with a sigh, speaking just quiet enough to prevent others from listening in. You love battling and want to head out, but you don't want to leave your family behind, either. It doesn't matter how supportive they are. It doesn't matter how much they care about you. That kind of attention is overwhelming. You want to do this for yourself, but not at a cost to them. You don't want them to be worse off just because you want to do something for you. The Stantler blinked at Reedy, and she breathed out, shaking her head. She'd like to think her analysis of Stantler's situation was accurate, but deep down, she knew she was talking about more than just the Pokémon before her. Leaving out of the blue without even a note, she mumbled. Yeah, I can imagine that's kind of a jerk thing to do. Like, you want to leave, but they're still your family. They deserve a proper goodbye. The Stantler cautiously nodded its head. Reedy had read the situation right. Locking eyes with the Pokémon, she quickly came to a decision. Fine. I'll call my family. But she also refused to leave without making sure that Stantler joined her team. You want time, she said. How long? It was going to be her Pokémon was already her Pokémon, but this Stantler couldn't just up and leave its family on only a moment's notice. The ensuing discussion took a bit of charades to get through. Reedy didn't like the answer Stantler gave her, but she understood its reasoning. The asked-for period was way longer than she'd like, but she had no plans to be so heartless as to try to negotiate that time down. All right. I can accept that. It's going to make things tight, but I promise we'll make it work, she said. However, while I might be promising to come back, you have to promise me something in exchange. While I'm gone, don't just sit here and keep doing what you were doing, Reedy said. While we're gone, I want you to train. Get stronger. We'll come up with a few strategies together, and I want you to practice them as much as you can before I'm back. It nodded, agreeing to Reedy's statement, and she smiled, happy to have met a Pokémon already so in line with her own heart. However, she continued. You cannot be caught. And you have to stay healthy and not suffer any injuries, either. Not just that, but let's throw on an extra goal. By the time I'm back, I want you to be able to beat those 3 Stantler in a fight without suffering any hits in return. You know which 3 Stantler I'm talking about. The Pokémon before her made a noise. It seemed to be weighing the viability of Reedy's objectives. Stantler glanced at the rest of its herd, and it gained an expression of determination before accepting with a firm nod. Great! Reedy said. If you can do that, then I have no problem leaving you here. But one last thing. She leaned in. Have you ever heard of a move called Psy-Sealed Bash? It might have an interesting result if you figure out how to use it super fast. When she left the Stantler's grotto several hours later, Reedy was smiling. That smile remained on her face as they changed directions and began to head northeast directly to Blackthorn. She knew she had done a good thing. Capturing a Pokémon en route was always going to be a difficult ask as she didn't want to yank an unsuspecting Pokémon away from its family and home. Here, things had worked out. She had met a kindred spirit and had, more importantly, made a friend. Even if Stantler wouldn't be traveling with her right now, she knew she could put her faith in him and trust that he'd be stronger when they next met up. And there were no doubts in her mind that they'd meet up once again. For miles, Reedy fantasized about the steps she'd take once Stantler properly joined her team. The training goals and strategies they'd create together filled her mind. However, with every step further away, the corners of her mouth twitched down. Eventually, she was barely trudging forward, a full-blown grimace having overtaken her face. Sam, Reedy said outright, blankly staring ahead. Why did we come out here? Off-route, he asked. To test ourselves, mostly. She stayed quiet. And to get you another Pokémon, he added. The second Sam spoke, he glanced her way out of the corner of his eye. He had on a knowing smirk as if he had come to this conclusion some time ago. I'm such an idiot. Reedy dropped her head into her hands. I didn't do that at all. I mean, you promised to return. Yeah, but if we're going to fight Claire, I need a third Pokémon now. Sam laughed, and Reedy felt him pat her on the back. The gesture should have been comforting, but it just made her feel that much worse. It's fine, he said. I'm sure Stantler will make a great team member once you return here in a few months. And Reedy could no longer hold back what she was feeling. Her self-deprecating groan was loud enough to be heard from miles away. Chapter 85. There was an audible thunk when Reedy's head hit the table. For the 10th time today, she let out a long, annoyed groan. A passing trainer sent her an amused look as he carried out a tray of breakfast. Sam continued to eat his own meal at their table in the cafeteria of the Blackthorn Pokémon Center. I'm so stupid, Reedy said. Sam chewed on his bite before swallowing. You're not stupid. Eat your breakfast. I am stupid. And I done wanna. Sam sent her a flat look, and they locked eyes until Reedy sighed. She didn't lift her head, but she scooped up a bite of oatmeal and shoved it in her mouth. They had only been in Blackthorn since late last night. The Stantler herd hadn't been too far away from the city itself, which was half the reason Claire and her dragon types had seen them in the first place. Everything involving the wild Pokémon had taken place yesterday. Reedy still hadn't gotten over her decision to wait to add that elder Stantler to her team. Yet, her current attitude was still somehow an improvement from her depression last night. I really don't think this is the end of the world, Sam said. You technically have a third Pokémon waiting for you. You just have to figure out how to get a fourth Pokémon somewhere in town. But there aren't going to be any interesting normal types here, and we gotta fight Claire. How am I supposed to catch something? Reedy groaned. Sam lazily pointed a spoon at her. You could trade, he offered. Reedy glared at him. I don't want to give up any of my Pokémon. I mean, talk to someone and make a deal where you go out and catch something for a Pokémon of theirs in return. She did seem to consider it, breathing out and pushing back in her seat. Reedy brought up her arms to stretch before reluctantly continuing her meal. Quilava sat on the table next to them, munching on a berry, and Primeape and Ursaring had already finished eating. The fighting type had eaten breakfast in their room, mostly to avoid making a public spectacle out of the ensuing mess. I'll figure it out, Reedy grumbled. The food looked to be helping. But we still have a bunch of other stuff to do. Signing up for the gym battle in the first place is one. I also gotta tell the league where I am so they can send me that trademark for Porygon. And then for Mr. Pokemon's deal. She grimaced. You have to call your family, Sam said, practically ordering it. I have to call my family, Reedy repeated before sticking a spoon in her mouth. Sam could tell she wasn't looking forward to that, but he also knew she loved her parents. She spoke about them and their Pokémon so often that he was certain they were always on her mind. That, and her main goal was to become famous and help support them with her earnings. Most of the reason she became a trainer was to help them advertise. Even if she was avoiding talking to them, she still obviously cared. I need to call my mom, too, Sam said. I don't need Mr. Pokemon's help, but I should probably get her opinion on what I'm doing with that book. I also think the Pokemon League might owe me a favor. Nurse Joy never told me if I got that as payment or not, but they didn't tell me I didn't, so I could probably ask them for a Pokemon if you really. I'm already going to get that teleport trademark. Use the favor for yourself. Reedy interrupted. Sam shrugged and scraped his bowl for the last dredges of his meal. The rest of breakfast was eaten in silence, and Reedy stared at her bowl, deep in thought. She rested her head on one hand as she absent-mindedly spooned food into her mouth. Eventually, when her meal was mostly gone, she pushed away from the table and stood up. Screw it, she yelled. I have time today. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna find a place to train with my team and get my mind off everything. But you're still going to call your family. But I'm still gonna call my family, Reedy repeated again. I'll do it later. They returned their bowls to the counter. Rather than a chancy in a hairnet, a volunteer was working the cafeteria today. Quilava finished off her own food, and they headed outside, where Reedy arched her back to stretch. Are you going to train at the Pokemon Center? Sam asked. Nah. I'm probably going to find a spot at the edge of the city. Watch out for dragon types, then. Reedy snickered. If I'm attacked by a Dragonite again, I'm gonna blackmail the Blackthorn clan for everything that it's worth. Reedy might have been heading out, but with their awaiting double battle against Claire, individual training wasn't as valuable as usual. Double battles were uncommon in Indigo, but Sam was familiar enough with them given their popularity in Hone. He and Reedy needed to come up with strategies together to figure out how they wanted to fight as a team. As a child, when Sam visited his grandfather, they'd often watch televised tournaments together. He had seen trainers who should have done well instead get quickly eliminated when paired with another trainer they were unable to work with. However, while they needed to practice, Sam didn't want to jump back into training right away. After traveling so long off route, he wanted to take it easy for a bit, first. I'll join you later. I want to explore the city. Ah. Looking for more lame books. Reedy smirked at Sam, but he smiled back without an ounce of shame. Yup, he said. I didn't get any in Violet City, so I wanna see if I can find at least one interesting one to take with me. Reedy started to walk backward, waving as she left. Then I'll catch you later. We'll split up for the start of today. She ended up jogging off, leaving Sam behind. Quilava looked up from where she stood on her hind legs next to him, and she dropped to all fours. She wanted to stretch her paws instead of riding on his neck. I need to find a bookstore, so keep an eye out, he told her. Blackthorn's sidewalks were tiled, and its streets were hardened stone. Blackthorn City might have been called a city, but it lacked tall buildings like those of Goldenrod and Violet's gym. Sam walked from block to block, not really having a specific goal, but just wandering around in his search. Nothing here was taller than 3 or 4 stories, and many contained decorations that celebrated the dragon type. He'd pass by one place with what were either claws or fangs carved into its windowsills. He'd then pass by another that incorporated the snarling faces of dragon types into its facade. Few places were built with wood, and the city seemed to rely on an overabundance of stone. It made sense to Sam, at least. The place was under control and named after the Blackthorn clan, a family of dragon-type tamers that were one of the few remaining clans of Old Johto. They didn't want to risk such a storied city to any dragon-type caused fires. Though Primeape stayed in his pokeball to digest his breakfast, Sam didn't just have Quilava at his side. His ghost types remained under his feet, wild Pokemon included. Their presence caused a slight chill that helped him better resist the heat of the summer. He would have thought that so high up in the mountains, Blackthorn City would stay cool, but it seemed that this time of year's heat was unavoidable no matter what. As part of his exploration, he skipped over a popular bookstore that seemed to be a part of a chain and instead searched for an independently owned business. Sam found what he was looking for in a side street. The place had a small entrance at the end of a short staircase down. Stepping inside, his presence was announced with a chime, and Sam took a deep breath in. He smelled the familiar smell of paper. The store was cozy and quiet. It almost reminded him of home. However, it had its differences. The shop's wooden bookshelves looked older, and there was no counter right next to the door. A flat table had been set up at the store's back, and an old man reclined behind it while reading a thick book. Not only that, but the place smelled different, which Sam was surprised to notice. Since his mother's bookstore was in the seaside Dewford, she went to great lengths to keep the corrosive salty sea air from getting in. She didn't do it perfectly, so there was always the hint of the scent of the ocean, but the smell of books tended to be far more prevalent back home. Here, the place had an almost smoky smell to it. The old man had an unlit, though previously used, candle sitting next to him. Sam took one step in and paused. The old man looked up at him with a raised eyebrow. "Ah," Sam said. He glanced down at Quilava, a fire type walking into the bookstore, before glancing back up at the store owner with a wince. If you don't allow Pokémon to be out." The old man snorted. "Nah, it's fine. You look responsible. But if you burn it, you buy it." Sam nodded and tried to ignore the memories of Quilava's accidents that had happened when she first came home with him. A few shadows split off as he started to wander through the store. Haunter, guiding a few ghastly, seemed interested in checking out a place so similar to what was Sam's home. Misdreavus left as well, likely going off to browse. Sam wasn't sure if she could read. Most Pokémon under-trainers figured out common words and phrases, but the vast majority of Pokémon had zero interest when it came to written text. He browsed the available books, fingers trailing over their spines and coming back up with a layer of dust. There were sections filled with older, less popular novels and tomes, but there was a shelf right at the front dedicated to the entries of the most popular recent series. Based on how there were gaps in that shelf but none of the others, Sam had a feeling this place operated differently than his mom's store back home. Instead of needing to place orders for new books from the mainland, the shop owner seemed to have bought whatever seemed popular and hoped for the best. Sam did at least glance through the most popular series. They were all fantasy or adventure, and magic was a common theme. By far, the most numerous book was one about a boy going to a magic school. The third book in that series had recently been released, and it was almost sold out. Sam also saw a few physical Pokédexes, but they weren't present in the numbers his mother had acquired for Dewford Gym. They sat in a corner, slowly gathering dust. Like his mother's shop, this place was having trouble selling them as well. However, there was some sort of irony in that Sam wasn't planning on buying any physical Pokédex. Even though he hated how the electronic Pokédex was doing away with that form of profitable sale, he wasn't going out of his way to do anything about it. Shapes and shadows continued to dart from shelf to shelf as Sam continued to browse. Nothing really grabbed his interest until he had a sudden thought. Sam spoke up. "Excuse me, but do you have any older books? Like, really old books?" Blackthorn City was as old as the Blackthorn clan itself. With that kind of history to it, Sam hoped that he could maybe find a clue or two to help Quilava evolve. Without looking up, the old man pointed to a corner of the room with an isolated bookshelf. He didn't notice Misdreavus floating before it, nor did he notice any of the shadows of ghost types moving about. Sam joined Misdreavus's side, and she smiled and said her name. He smiled back before looking through the bookshelf. What he found was, a lot. These books were definitely older. He recognized a few as ones he'd read in the past. One section of the shelf seemed to be reserved for outdated textbooks and encyclopedias, too. There wasn't much organization past that, however. Rather, it seemed that anything too old for the rest of the store had been left here and forgotten. Hardback, paperback, and even some books bound in leather sat before him. Pages had turned yellow, and others were grey from a thick layer of dust. "We put books there when they don't fit anywhere else," the old man said, still not bothering to look up from his book. "Most often, when someone's relative passes away and they got a lot of stuff, families will donate their books here when they don't want to throw them out. I'm not sure what to do half the time, so feel free to take what you want." "So they're free?" The old man barked out a laugh. Ha! No. You still gotta pay. I mean that they aren't reserved or anything. Barely anyone is interested in what we got over there. He returned to reading in silence, and Sam returned to his search. He had trouble figuring out exactly what was here. Most of these older books lacked titles on their spines. Opening a few up, he found a mix of various things. Empty journals. Stories way out of date. A few unpublished manuscripts. And one collection of notes. Sam blinked and reread the title he saw on the first, interior page. Legends of Hiswai, he whispered under his breath. The book was a collection of research on the Diamond and Pearl clans of Hiswai. Pages were missing, and it wasn't any official textbook, but someone had written down and copied text that concerned the two groups' history. Just skimming through it, Sam could see that this was primarily meant as a form of cultural documentation. A few decades ago at least, Sam was pretty sure this was from a few decades ago someone had tried to record the history of the Diamond and Pearl clans before they were lost forever. The notes were mostly about tall tales and myths from the region itself. It mentioned something called noble Pokémon. It referenced some sort of ancient hero. It told stories and legends from around the region. Unfortunately, specifics of any long-lost evolutions and species were sparse, and there were even some inaccuracies like how it mentioned a Scyther evolving after being struck by lightning. The only thing Sam could find that might have been relevant to him was a brief mention of Lilligant. Hiswai had its own variant of that grass-type species, but the book never differentiated it from the Lilligant commonly found in the rest of the world. Yet, even though he doubted it had anything that'd be directly helpful for him, it was nice to learn more about the region where Quilava's hoped-for evolution had once existed. Sam was still scheming it over as he walked up to the counter. He half hoped he could find a clue that might help them achieve it. When he set the book down on the counter, shadows rushed to rejoin him under his feet. The old man then looked up at Sam with a cocked eyebrow, never once having noticed all the Pokémon that had been moving through his store. Oh? You're really interested in that old thing and not something more exciting? Wouldn't that series about that magic kid be more your speed? Sam replied with a simple shrug. I like Hiswai, he said. The man put his book down and began to ring Sam up. Fine with me. Always happy to make a sale. I'm just surprised to see that one go. We got it from the family of some researcher after he passed a while back. Sam paused. Do you have anything else from him? He locked eyes with the old man, who paused where he was working the cash register. Unfortunately, he replied with a shake of his head and a single laugh. Nope. Sam disliked how amused the man looked. The Sinjar ruins aren't too far north of here, so we occasionally get other researchers passing through. Anything old and rare about Johto or Sinnoh's shared history tends to get snapped up pretty quickly. Did you know that the first settlers of Sinnoh were from Johto? I did, Sam said with a sigh. But not all of them. The Galaxy Expedition team had members from a bunch of different regions. He walked out of the store with the book in hand. Its incomplete nature was probably why it had been skipped over. He doubted it had any information that wasn't already known, but Sam felt that it would at least be useful to him. Quilava and Misdreavus made sure no ghost types were left behind, and the little fire type chased after Sam as he headed back through the city's streets. He skimmed the book as he walked, deciding to read it more thoroughly once he had a chance to, later. The journey toward Reedy was mostly uneventful, as he simply traveled the way he saw her run. He looked down to ask the ghost types in his shadow for help to find her, but none needed to leave. Fibula was able to direct him toward where she was on his own. Along the way back, traffic on one street all but stopped as people turned and stared at the sky. A lone dragonair flew over the city, and several people pointed in excitement. Sam would have thought that the appearance of a dragon type was a common event, but it seemed that locals treated the rare dragon type sighting as a sign of good luck. Sam found Reedy shortly after, just slightly further down the same road. She wasn't out of the city's bounds, rather, there were dedicated training fields set up at the city's edge. Clearings that weren't quite parks but were still open to the public had been created to help control where trainers went. If dragon types tended to leave the city to train like what he and Reedy had seen with Claire, then Blackthorn City was likely trying to provide alternative training spaces to minimize how many risked themselves to an attack. Reedy stood in the middle of one of those fields. Her Pokémon weren't out, but just like everyone in the street leading to this place, she stared up at the sky. Sam noticed that she almost looked melancholic as he approached. She didn't notice him until he called out. Reedy. She blinked at him as he waved. She seemed surprised to see that he was there at all. Sam, Reedy greeted. Slowly, she ran her tongue over her teeth. I've been thinking. You've been doing that a lot, recently. Yeah, she said hesitantly. I have. Sam frowned and looked at Reedy again. He'd only been gone for just over an hour. She wasn't as depressed as she was before or as energetic as she usually acted. Instead, she brought her gaze back to the sky. When Sam checked, there was nothing there at all. I might have a solution for getting a new Pokémon, she said. Already? I haven't been gone for that long at all. She didn't respond, choosing instead to keep staring. I know. It's just, Reedy briefly let her volume drop and her words fade away. Hey, Sam. Yeah. What are your thoughts on helping me steal a dragon type? I think that's the only way I'll be happy to get a new member of my team. Chapter 86. What? Sam stared at Reedy, and his flat response brought her gaze back down to earth. When her eyes met his, she paled, now recognizing what she had just said out loud. You want to steal a dragon type, Sam repeated. You. Reedy. Someone who's ranted about how much she hates poaching in the past. While in the middle of Blackthorn City. The literal hometown of the Blackthorn clan. You know, the one full of elite dragon tamers. His words snapped her out of her trance, and she waved her hands in a panic, rushing to emphasize that she didn't mean anything like that at all. Wait. I didn't mean it like that, IYU. SHH. She looked around for anyone else here, but she breathed out once she confirmed they were alone. Yeah, I know what I said, but I don't want to literally steal a dragon type. It's more like... Reedy bit her lip and clenched her hands at her side. You wanna sit down? Sam asked. Yeah. I need a moment, Reedy said with a sigh. A metal bench had been set up at the edge of the training ground. On it, Reedy plopped down next to Sam. She didn't speak right away, which gave Quilava plenty of time to hop up and rest her head on Sam's leg. She stared at Reedy, unblinking, and Reedy wasn't able to meet her in the eye. So. All right, Sam said when Reedy didn't speak up. What I'm getting is that you want to steal a Pokémon without stealing it. Like what happened with Porygon. Reedy winced. And not exactly. Dragonair doesn't need rescuing. I just want her to. Dragonair. Sam interrupted. Reedy sent a wistful look into the sky. Yeah. Dragonair, she said softly. You know. One of the Dratini we helped rescue, the one we saw the other day. She came here. We fought sparred, I mean. I think at the start she just wanted to show off, but... That morning, when Reedy parted with Sam, she desperately wanted to get her mind off of things. She could spend hours stressing about calling her family, but she didn't want to deal with that stomach-churning stress until it was time to actually make the call. For now, she would focus on training her team. Usually, trainers followed an obvious path when teaching their team new moves. Pokémon frequently learned weaker attacks before moving on to stronger ones. For something like the electric type, Thunder Shock was a good lead into Thunderbolt, and then Thunderbolt was a good lead into Thunder. Each successive, more powerful attack required a better understanding of the type. But Reedy liked to skip ahead. Sure, it would take a bit longer to figure out those high-powered moves first, but why bother learning weak attacks when you could just gain the same level of mastery by practicing strong attacks instead? When Ursaring was still a Teddy Ursa, she had him jump into learning all the elemental punches with that mindset, and she hadn't even blinked at how that trademark for Hyper Beam technically taught him a move above his level. For his expected normal type attack progression, Thrash was supposed to be the next major move he learned. They'd already been working on it for a bit, but since she really didn't want to think about anything else, Reedy decided to take things one step further: Giga Impact. That move was a slam that carried the same strength as a Hyper Beam, just in physical form. She solidified her decision for the day on her way out of the city, and when she saw signs directing trainers to practice fields at the city's edge, she practically skipped the rest of the way there. She sent Ursaring out, front and center, and had him try breathing in to hold the energies of his Hyper Beam. She also made sure that Porygon floated beside her, and she had them watch carefully. Porygon could pick up new moves quickly if they understood the related type, and she hoped the normal type Hyper Beam would be such a case. What we need to focus on is the draw of the move. Reedy called out to her Pokémon. You already know Hyper Beam, Ursaring. You just need to build up that energy and direct it somewhere else. The glow in his throat was visible through his fur, and when he next used Hyper Beam, he brought his head back as if trying to breathe in. Yet, no matter how forcibly he tried to shut his jaw, Hyper Beam was simply too powerful. He released it, having no choice, and a section of this dirt training field was scorched black. Reedy brought a fist to her chin and knocked on her cheek as she carefully looked over Ursaring. She took in how his shoulders heaved up and down, and she took in how such a powerful move forced him to stay still and recharge. That Dragonite from the other day never got stuck recharging. Its hyper beams weren't back-to-back, but it didn't need to take such a big break between uses. She knew Ursaring could push himself to keep moving in a fight, but his attacks didn't often come out after a hyper beam, and even if they did, they were always weaker and had to be forced. "I don't suppose you've figured it out yet, Porygon," she said to her side. She glanced down to her Pokémon. Porygon did nothing. "Use Hyper Beam," she ordered. Even when prodded for a reaction, nothing happened. Reedy frowned and collapsed to the floor. She brought up a hand to rub her Pokémon's back. Porygon didn't nod, but they did keep staring as Ursaring built up and failed to hold a Hyper Beam back once again. Reedy only paid attention to him out of the corner of her eye, as she was staring at Porygon as the Pokémon watched. It pained her to see how they still lacked visible emotions. She prayed they'd be able to evolve soon. Her deepest desire was that, as a Porygon too, Porygon would gain the ability to act more independently. It hurt to know how easily someone could turn them into a tool. Ursaring's practice continued. He made sure to take long breaks between each use of the move. Hyper Beam was incredibly draining, and it was unreasonable to ask for a Pokémon to use it more than 5 or so times in battles. However, this wasn't a battle. This was just practice. With such a heavy focus on developing his control over the move, he was able to use it more carefully than in the stressful environment of a direct fight. But it was when he was recovering from his 7th use that a hiss came out from nearby. Gas! Reedy immediately hopped to her feet and snapped her gaze to a nearby shadow. From there, she followed Fibula's gaze into the sky. "Back!" Reedy shouted. Ursaring jumped back, but the incoming bolt of lightning struck nowhere nearby. Over a dozen feet away, static electricity burst out in a cloud, and a blue, serpentine Pokémon raised its head high. "Dragon!" it cried. Dark eyes glimmered with excitement. The Pokémon's body whipped out only to coil around itself in the opposite direction. The dragon type then lowered its eyes in challenge, never once looking away from Reedy for even a second. "Dragonair?" Reedy asked. This wasn't anything like the Dragonite's attack. This Dragonair had showed up and was waiting for Reedy to make the first move. As she called out its name, wings on the side of Dragonair's head flapped in excitement. Reedy quickly recognized the Pokémon as the smaller dragon type that had been with Claire. "Wait, does Claire want something, or?" the Pokémon huffed. It brought its head around, electricity crackling over its scales. A thin bolt, the same that had just helped it make its dramatic entrance, jumped off its body to enter the ground several feet away. From there, the Dragonair lowered its head and hissed, but it was no longer looking at Reedy. It used a leer that Reedy could admit was decent, though she could tell it wasn't as effective as Quilava's. After, it coiled itself tight, and when it released that tension, powerful whines whipped up to demonstrate a twister that picked up leaves from the edges of the field. Dragonair zipped forward, using 2 simultaneous attacks toward the imaginary target ahead of it. It showed off that same wrap that restrained the Dragonite from the other day, and its tail hit the ground in a heavy thud that could only have been a slam. It called out for a final time, and the Dragonair brought its head back up. It was breathing a bit heavily, but the way the wings at the side of its head stood straight up told Reedy it was excited. Those were all your moves?" Reedy asked. "That twister was pretty strong." The Dragonair cried out happily. Its voice was melodic and reminded Reedy of Lapra's. But, Dragonair didn't pull itself away, and it didn't move itself back, either. It stared directly into Reedy's eyes with a small smile on its face. Honestly, Reedy felt stupid for missing the point until now. "Oh? So you're challenging us, are you?" She grinned. She had no idea why this Dragonair had been sent here in the first place, but if it wanted to battle, she wasn't going to pass up a chance for a fight. "Let's do this!" Reedy called out. The Dragonair began to race forward. Ursaring Rockslide Harris, right into Ice Punch. Ursaring threw down his arms, throwing out a rain of stones that hurtled toward Dragonair. The Pokémon responded by ducking and weaving between each projectile, showing off the agility that came with its flight and serpentine form. But, it chose to focus on its movements. It laughed as it completely avoided Ursaring's attack. It glanced up with a smirk on its face only to see a heavy bear Pokémon rushing right its way. With a yelp, electricity crackled across its scales, but Ursaring didn't bother to defend himself. He was hit by the thunder wave, and though pulsing electricity stiffened his muscles and subjected him to paralysis, the condition only made him grin. His ice punch came out regardless of the effect Dragonair had inflicted on him. Ice coated his paw as a fist smashed into Dragonair's face. Not only was it super effective, but Thunder Wave meant Ursaring's guts had been activated. The adrenaline boosted the power of his attack, and his second ability, Quick Feet, meant there was little effect on his speed thanks to that same adrenaline. Dragonair hit the ground several feet away, and Reedy couldn't help but wince when the dragon type cried out. Yet, it didn't linger on the ground. It quickly lifted its head. Despite that punch, it was smiling, enjoying itself. Only one attack might have landed, but it was quite a satisfying attack. Reedy was smiling, too. Again, she shouted. The wings on Dragonair's head pulled out, becoming a glider that let it control its movements even greater than before. As Ursaring raced toward it with an increased speed, it dipped beneath the successive punch and used the extended limb as an opening to coil around him, using wrap. When it squeezed, Ursaring roared in pain, but Reedy already had a counter in mind. Fury swipes. He might not be able to escape, but he could at least punish Dragonair for restraining him. Claw swipes left grooves in its scales, and he even continued the attack through a slam to his stomach that knocked the air right out of him. Eventually, the Dragonair was forced to let go or risk fainting. Both Pokémon were panting. Ursaring grinned, wiping a claw across his face. Dragonair chose to mimic his action, using its gemstone-lined tail to swipe across its snout in a nearly identical action. We're finishing this! Hyper Beam! Reedy yelled. The Dragonair pulled itself high into the air, and it pulled itself into a spiral to prepare its Soul Dragon-type move. Ursaring breathed in, and the same move he had just been practicing glowed within his throat. Next to Reedy, Porygon's tread spun at a greater speed, and the Dragonair let itself snap out of its coil. It sent its twister forward, but a twister simply did not carry the power to stop a hyper beam. The attack was pierced through and disrupted, and then Dragonair was struck. Oh, shoot! We went too far. Reedy raced to where the battle was taking place, and Dragonair hit the ground, unconscious, from where it had been hit in the sky. Ursaring wobbled on his feet and grinned at Reedy. She made sure to congratulate him as she ran past, but she also returned him to his Pokeball. He could be put into stasis to prevent his injuries from getting worse, but the same wasn't true for Dragonair. Quickly, Reedy kneeled down and placed a berry in front of Dragonair's face before hurrying to pull out a potion from her backpack. She searched for where Dragonair was the most wounded, scrape marks from Fury swipes as well as a few burns from Hyper Beam, and quickly began to shuffle up and down Dragonair's body to spray where she could. Thankfully, the potion was effective. The Dragonair's eyes fluttered open as it snapped awake. Its bite onto the berry was sudden and violent. Reedy froze, now realizing she had placed herself inches away from a dragon type that had just lost a battle. She knew how prideful Pokémon of its type tended to be, and she remembered just how much of an effort it went through to show off its moves. Still kneeling on the ground where she had been treating it, she had no choice but to watch as Dragonair raised its head to tower over her. It looked down at her. Reedy stayed perfectly still. Then, after what felt like forever, the dragon type lunged. Ah! Wait! But before Reedy could jump back, Dragonair had already pressed its head into her stomach, and the Pokémon made a trilling noise that wasn't unlike a purr. It was like the rest of the world no longer mattered. Reedy was overwhelmed by surprise. Her hands were up, and she wasn't even sure what to do with them. She thought she had been about to be attacked, yet this Dragonair was affectionately rubbing its cheek against her. And it looked so happy as it did. Do I? Reedy couldn't stop the giggle that left her. Slowly, she lowered her hands to bring them across the scales on Dragonair's head. They felt weird. Reedy knew dragon types were supposed to be tough, but Dragonair's scales were smooth. They felt as though they had a natural polish to them. When she pushed her hand down, the scales didn't bend, but there was a give. Honestly, with how closely Dragonair were tied to weather, she half expected the scales to be wet. But they were just comfortably cool. That was a good battle, Reedy said. The Dragonair opened up its eyes to look up at Reedy, and she smiled. This whole encounter had been really confusing. Dragon types weren't Pokemon to be so happy after a loss. Yet, Dragonair looked at Reedy with such affection. Did you really just want to fight? Reedy asked, almost whispering. It was hard to see Dragonair's mouth from here, but Reedy could somehow tell she had on a smile. Slowly, the Pokemon brought her head back to stare Reedy in the eye. Unlike last time, this wasn't a challenge. It was more like she was trying to get Reedy's measure. Reedy knew there was something about staring a dragon type in the eye, but she couldn't remember if she was supposed to look away or meet it. Either way, she chose to stare back. In the moment, it simply felt right. Nair, the Pokemon said. Slowly, she moved forward until she was inches away. After a moment's pause, Dragonair pressed herself against Reedy's cheek. Then, in an instant, Reedy was completely bowled over. Dragonair cried out her name and happily rubbed against Reedy, squirming and cheering her name. That tickles. Reedy laughed. Come on, quit it. The Pokemon was heavy, but she never once let herself crush Reedy. She certainly kept her against the ground as they both laughed, and eventually, Reedy's protests were enough for Dragonair to pull back with a huff. But she was smiling, and so was Reedy. Reedy had to wipe her eyes from how hard she'd been laughing. But you're Claire's Pokemon. Did you sneak away just for me? Dragonair looked away. A purple blush crossed the Pokemon's face. Ha! I knew it, Reedy said with a grin. But I kind of get it, too. Claire has a bunch of other dragon types, doesn't she? How often do you get the chance to battle someone one-on-one? The sigh that left the Dragonair's throat told Reedy she was right, and Reedy let herself fall back with her arms crossed, nodding her head. Yup. I get why that might be a bit smothering. Or limiting, I guess. Claire has a bunch of Pokemon she's responsible for as a gym leader. If I was you, I'd take the opportunity, too. Reedy paused and then looked at the ground. I guess I did take this opportunity once before, hey. Dragonair wiggled, and once more, she pressed her head against Reedy's stomach. Reedy leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Dragonair's head, and then they sat there for a while. Just sitting like that. And Reedy thought. She thought about why Dragonair was here, with her. To this Pokemon, Reedy wasn't just anyone. She was Reedy. She had helped Dragonair escape Goldenrod. It knew who she was, and all this time, she had a feeling part of its training had been to impress her. Thank you. She wasn't sure why she said that. Dragonair pushed deeper into her stomach, and Reedy hugged her a bit tighter. Hey, Dragonair. Reedy started. I know that you're technically already Claire's, but she has such a big team. If you really want to, would you be interested in joining? She didn't get to finish. Reedy felt Dragonair's wings snap to attention, and the Pokemon yanked back to stare at the sky, eyes wide. Reedy couldn't hear anything, but Dragonair could. Her expression almost immediately fell. Wait, you don't have to leave just yet. Reedy never expected to see a dragon type look so guilty. Dragonair had heard something that was calling her back, and she launched herself into the sky. Reedy tried to run after it, returning Porygon to let herself gather speed, but a flick of Dragonair's tail conjured a gust that caused Reedy to stumble. The Pokemon's expression was downcast as Reedy slowed to catch herself, and Reedy could only watch it go as it disappeared into the blue of the sky. Standing alone on that empty battlefield, Reedy wasn't sure how long she stared. Reedy shook her head before turning back toward Sam. Her expression was hard. Determined. She's joining my team, Reedy declared. I don't care that she's being trained by Claire. I don't care how the Blackthorn clan might react. Dragonair deserves more. She's too limited here. Dragon types are supposed to be big and strong and stand all the way above everyone else, but how is she supposed to do that here? She's just another dragon type on a gym leader's team. She's being taken for granted, and I want to give her the chance to see the world and have us conquer the league together. Sam met Reedy's gaze. Her mind was made up. Dragonair had been so eager to greet her the other day only to be pulled back by Claire's Dragonair. It had taken this chance to meet with Reedy uninterrupted. Yet, the outcome of this. Reedy wasn't going to let them leave it here. Just as much as Dragonair liked Reedy, Reedy liked Dragonair. But we were both in that warehouse the day Dragonair was freed. Why does Dragonair want to be with Reedy more than me? He ignored the thought that passed through his head and pushed away the pang of jealousy in his heart. Sure, Dragonair was a super strong and rare Pokémon, but the species wasn't a ghost type. To make up for it, he would just need to find something of a similar strength in exchange. But he'd take what he could get. Sighing, Sam rubbed his temples. So that's why you want to steal a dragon type, he said. No, I'm not stealing, I'm gonna find a way to convince Claire to let Dragonair join my team, Reedy countered. She didn't even seem that attached. Not in the same way as her starter Dragonair, I mean. I kind of feel like she was just going through the motions. Dragonair is getting her help to be stronger after being kidnapped, but Claire's just fulfilling a task. She's not actually that bonded. Look at how she reacted to Dragonite. She was upset he was leaving, but not about him, specifically. She didn't like that he was leaving in general. I feel like that's different, Sam mumbled. Gym leaders train and pass over Pokémon all the time. Several people in Dewford had started their journeys after receiving fighting types trained personally by the gym leader before Brawly. But if she can send a Pokémon to Lance, why can't she send Dragonair to me? Reedy asked. Maybe because Lance is the champion? And you're just an average trainer? Not to mention Dragonite's a pseudo-legend. I can't imagine how the average person might react to you having that, especially once we start figuring out those extra evolutions for our teams. Dragonair, as a species, was special. Not every dragon-type species carried as much potential power. Its evolution, Dragonite, was said to have strength comparable to weaker legendary Pokémon. A Dragonite could fight a legendary Pokémon like Latios or Latias and have decent odds of coming out on top. And because of that strength, people referred to it and several comparable species with a specific term pseudo-legendary, as Sam had called it himself. That term might not have been a scientific term or even anything official, but so many people had used it to describe species like Metagross, Garchomp, and Dragonite that it might have well been those species' true classification. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon were insanely rare, insanely powerful, and insanely in demand. The Pokémon League was forced to go to great lengths to make sure wild Pokémon of their lines were safe from being poached. Actually getting one was nearly impossible, especially true for Dragonair as this one already belonged to the secretive Blackthorn clan. Sam wanted to rant at Reedy. He wanted to go into detail about how absolutely insane her desire was. Except, he couldn't bring himself to. All he could think about was what he'd do if this was his team. What if Miss Drevis belonged to someone else but snuck out to train with me? What if Quilava belonged to her ranch, but we still grew up together? He knew what he'd do. He'd fight to travel with them. They were his friends, after all. And if he wasn't able to do that diplomatically, then he'd do so through other means. But, I kind of need to ask, Sam started. I thought you wanted to be a normal type trainer? And keep your team small with cheaper Pokémon. Reedy looked away to hide her blush. I do, she said hurriedly. Dragonair can't be too much more expensive than Ursaring, especially once he evolves. And, I mean, I do like the normal type, and I do plan to try to catch only normal types, but I can't say I'm wholly dedicated to it. Not like you and the ghost type. And then when it comes to the Pokémon on a specialist's team, she paused, pursing her lips. Well, whatever. They have exceptions all the time. Just look at Lance. He's supposed to be a dragon-type master, but his team is full of flying types. Reedy smirked at Sam, smug that she figured out such a strong example, but Sam replied to her with a flat look of his own. Sure, but you realize all of Lance's Pokémon at least resemble dragons, right? Reedy threw her hands into the air. Then let's just say I specialize in strong Pokémon. Ursaring. Porygon. And now Dragonair. I'll specialize in Pokémon I think are cool, just with a preference for the normal type. Then, after crossing her arms, Reedy mumbled under her breath. It's not like a trainer's specialty is mandated by the league, either. Sam glared at her. Stop being so convincing. No. Reedy stuck her tongue out at him. I can't really argue against an exception, either. Even if I never found out about Hisuian Typhlosion, Quilava was always going to be on my team. But this is. It's just such an uphill battle. She's trying to ask for a dragon type from the Blackthorn clan, and even if they aren't really talked about in Hone, Drake's gone on record to discuss how he hates how secretive they are. He took a while to consider it. Sam ran his hand through Quilava's fur. I'm just hesitant, Sam eventually said. Porygon was one thing. But Dragonair is. He breathed out. It's going to be hard. So you'll help me? Reedy asked, sitting up. He glanced at her. Yeah? Why wouldn't I? Because you've been way more serious recently, she said. I thought you'd say it was impossible and that I'd need to do something else. Sam scoffed. Reedy, I'm 15. I'm basically an adult, and that means I have to be more serious. That, and think about everything that's happened recently. The Violet City tournament, all of our gym battles, traveling off route, challenging Claire, and then Petrol. Reedy laughed a little awkwardly. Yeah. That's a good point, she said. But I appreciate it. Thanks, Sam. No problem, he said, trying to hide his smile. Reedy hopped up off of the bench and began to pace. Her usual, slight smirk had finally returned to her face, and he could tell that thoughts and plans were racing through her mind at a mile a minute. So how are we going to do this, anyway? Reedy asked. Sam paused. You don't have a plan. Why would I have a plan? You're the one with all the strategies. Don't look at me. I'm not trying to steal a dragon type. But I'm not either, she shouted. You're the one with all the experience. You have a way bigger team. Sam blinked when he found he was pointing at her, and Reedy was pointing right back at him. Silence hung in the air between them as they both looked down. They then both burst into laughter. We're stupid. Okay, okay. Sam wiped his eyes. So now that we've established that we're both dumb, we need to figure out a way to do this. Hey! Reedy whined. Sam ignored her. I think on the bright side, we have an obvious first step, he said, leaning back on the bench. Since we don't know what to do, that means we need to gather information. Reedy replied with a thoughtful hum, audibly thinking about how they'd tackle this. I might be able to ask around to see how locals usually obtain their dragon types, Reedy said. At least someone will know something, and then you can do whatever lame stuff you do in libraries. You mean go through records? I guess the League archives might have something, Sam mumbled. Reedy shrugged, unsure. He didn't think she ever went out of her way to browse anything online. But the most important thing we can do is not let the Blackthorn clan find out about our plans, Sam said, picking up Quilava as he stood up. I can't say I know that much about them, but everything I have heard about them makes them seem stuck up. They'll probably shut us down hard if they find out what we're doing. Reedy nodded. Yeah. Definitely, she said. But that doesn't matter, I'm not going to let them stop us. Dragonair's absolutely going to join my team. She hopped forward to put her foot on the bench and strike a dramatic pose. Sam snickered, and, in his arms, Quilava let out a snort as she rolled her eyes. Your motivation's great, but you're forgetting something, Sam said. What? You still need to call your family, he pointed out. Reedy opened her mouth to argue, but nothing came out. Her pose fell, and she dropped onto the bench, defeated and in a slump. Chapter 87. The vague U-shape of the Pokémon Center's main floor provided plenty of privacy for Sam and Reedy to make their calls. The few other trainers here waited for their Pokémon in the sitting areas toward the front. If any of them needed to head upstairs, they used the staircase on the opposite side, away from Sam and Reedy. This late in the day, no one needed to enter the cafeteria, walking past the line of video phone booths attached to the side of this back wing. Plastic dividers protected neighboring callers from seeing and hearing their next-door booths. Flaps on hinges could close to provide even more privacy from the back. Yet, while both Sam and Reedy wanted their phone calls to be private, neither closed the flaps behind them. In a way, doing so would let the other person keep an ear out. Exact words wouldn't be heard, but noise from each other would help ensure they both knew they weren't doing this alone. Ready? Sam asked. He leaned on the divider's side at the entrance to the small booth. Reedy squirmed on her stool, not looking away from the phone's darkened screen. PSH. I was born ready, she said. Well, I was technically born merely a different name, but I've been Reedy for years at this point. She made eye contact with Sam through the reflection of the waiting video phone. After a shared, concerned look, she closed her eyes, letting out a short breath through her nose. I'm fine, Sam. After so long, I think I've finally hyped myself enough to make this call. All right, he said, stepping back to give Reedy space. Then, good luck, I guess. Good luck, Reedy repeated, her attention returning to the phone. Quilava was already waiting for him in the neighboring booth, and he picked her up to sit as Reedy began to make her call. Holding Quilava in his lap, Sam heard Reedy go through the motions. She sighed, shuffled around in her seat, and then pressed the buttons to enter the number for her family's phone. Unfortunately, Sam's mother didn't own a landline to let him call her directly. Thankfully, he could call the Dewford Pokémon Center, and they'd pass along a message to tell his mom she had a call waiting for her within. She already knew he was intending to call today. He made sure to send her that message before he passed out last night. He really thought that their first day in Blackthorn would have been way less eventful, but between finding that book full of notes on his Swai, everything that happened with Reedy and Dragonair, and now this much-needed phone call home? It might have only been mid-afternoon, but Sam felt like he'd been here for at least a few weeks. Hello. Reedy's voice was quiet, but the area around her was silent enough to let Sam hear. Hi, Mom, she said after a long, drawn-out pause. And to that, Sam heard a reaction from the phone itself. Not only did a loud and excited Meredith echo out from the booth, but a bona fide roar exploded out of the phone's speakers. Two squeaks came in reply to the outpouring of noise, one squeak from Reedy herself, and another from her stool as she pushed herself back. Loud voices began to talk indistinguishably, and Sam heard Reedy laugh. The noise from the other booth quieted down as she adjusted her call's volume. Hi, Mama Bear, Reedy continued. I didn't expect you to be here. Ursaring's doing well. Do you think you can get day? Another roar, one much quieter, came out in response to her saying Ursaring's evolved name. From there, Reedy's voice wasn't as distinct, but Sam could hear the eagerness to her tone. Her words came out quick and light. After spending so much time building up this call in her head, she'd been visibly nervous. But now that she had begun to talk to her family, he could tell she was already feeling a lot better. Sam smiled and adjusted how he held Quilava in his arms. He knew his friend would be all right. On his end, it took a few minutes for the call to go through. Eventually, the video phone screen flashed to display a pair of prominent, gemstone eyes and a grin so filled with teeth that even a Carvanha would have been scared. Hello, Sabai, Sam said, holding back a laugh. Sabai pulled away from the camera and grumbled. The gremlin Pokémon clicked his tongue, disappointed, then hopped to the side of the phone booth's table to sit with his legs dangling off the edge. Sam's mother became visible as Sabai moved away. Her smile was infectious, and she held a hand to her side, resting it on Delcatty's head. Samuel, his mother said. Mom, Sam greeted, already finding himself relaxed. Quilava mewed out a greeting, and Delcatty briefly put her paws on the counter to greet them in return. Sam's ghost types were in his shadow, or at least they were supposed to be. He saw his mom chuckle as her eyes flicked to a spot behind him on the screen. He wasn't sure who was out or what they were doing, but he purposefully pretended they weren't there to let them keep up their game. How are you? Last time you called me, you'd just won the Violet City tournament, she said. It's been a while. I hope everything has still been going well for you, well. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. His mother narrowed her eyes. Just to get through it, Sam rushed through a description of his time in Violet City and everything that happened after. He wasn't sure how much he was allowed to reveal, so he focused on his gym battle and his training with Aduslups. He also made sure to thank his mom for all the advice she gave him for traveling off-route. But for petrol. Just some lame criminal, Sam said hurriedly. Wasn't a big deal. We fought him off. Something about Porygon, I guess. His mother crossed her arms. How awful, she said flatly. She stayed silent to try to urge him to continue. Recognizing that, he spoke up quickly, not comfortable with the silence. But that's not what I wanted to call you about, he said as soon as he could. The league stepped in to take care of that guy, so he's in jail, but I kind of need your help? About something else, I mean. She blinked at him, and Sam cleared his throat. I got offered a sponsorship. Oh, congratulations. Who is it? And what's it about? Sam didn't have specific details, they were yet to receive the explicit offer from Mr. Pokémon given they hadn't contacted him. They'd been in Blackthorn for less than 24 hours at this point. He didn't know they were available to receive the proposed contract. It's from Mr. Pokémon, Sam said. He's offering us weekly funds. And then he'd give us held items based on requests as long as those items are needed to evolve our Pokémon. There was also the implication that he might use his connections to help us, 2. The offer involved all of that in exchange for making unknown evolutions public. He breathed out after rushing through those final words. It's good, yet? Sam asked nervously. He turned away from the screen, and Quilava squeaked something to admonish him. He waited a moment before peeking back, seeing his mother's only reaction of looking thoughtful and rubbing her chin. Depending on how many items you can get out of this deal, this might be more valuable than you think, she said. If he's lenient with your requests, you can skip past the trouble that comes from both finding and actually obtaining evolutionary items. As for getting money, even a small amount of weekly funds can be extraordinarily valuable. Getting your bills paid for free means everything else you earn turns into pure income. Sam cautiously nodded along. His mother closed her eyes. But you have to make unknown evolutions public, she asked. Yet. Sam scratched Quilava's head. Mr. Pokémon wants to spread information about new Pokémon to motivate people, and he knows Reedy and I are trying to achieve unknown evolutions, which is why we approached him for help in the first place. I wouldn't have to give up everything in the new Pokédex, just the stuff I have related to my team. But while I want all the stuff he'd give in return, it's... He took a deep breath. It's still information from the new Pokédex, Sam said. I don't know. Reedy's stuff is an exception, but I just don't like the idea of giving up something that came from, yet. His mother was quiet, and she watched from her side of the screen as Sam fidgeted in his seat. She didn't look disapproving, but that was mostly because of how deep in thought she was. Sam couldn't tell what she was thinking. She had a great, neutral, business face. She might not have spent the money to install a phone in her shop, but that had given her the excuse to make almost all of her deals in person. And he knew she excelled at making tough deals. If you're wary about giving away information from the new Pokédex, I can give you good news. I don't think this offer is worth taking in the first place. Sam blinked at her. Wait, why? She smiled. This offer was only about 1,000 every 2 weeks. Sam nodded. And he didn't offer to stable your extra Pokémon. Just free rare items, Sam added. Yup, she said, closing her eyes again. But you have to share your team's evolution methods, and those free rare items are required to be for evolution. But that's not needed for your team. Yes, Miss Drevis needs a single, easily acquirable evolution stone, but other than that, he wouldn't be required to give you anything else. You simply don't get enough out of this, and this offer isn't one based on your potential. You'd be selling yourself for too little, Sam. He watched her adjust how she was sitting on her seat. His mom straightened her back and held her head up high. The look on her face told him everything. She had gone straight from business mode right into lecture mode. When considering a deal, you can't just consider what you stand to gain, she said, holding up a finger. An important part of these decisions is to consider what you stand to lose, as in, what's the opportunity cost of accepting this deal? I'll quickly note that I do think you should share your team's evolution methods eventually, but you should do so in a way that's comfortable to you rather than anything forced through a deal. Okay, Sam said as he cautiously followed along. But what I'm trying to say about this sponsorship, his mother hummed. Well, it's simply not worth it. You'd lose out on too much if you decided to take it. Many sponsors seek to be the sole sponsor of a trainer, she continued. It's a simple cost-benefit ratio. Unless the trainer is exceedingly famous, why bother sponsoring someone when their limited time would need to be shared with someone else? While there are those that salivate over the idea of influencing a professor-sponsored trainer or the like, you don't have that immediate quality, and you haven't had the chance to show off a fully trained team, either. The best offers are given to the best trainers, and you don't count for that yet. Yes, Mr. Pokémon's offer might be beneficial right now, but you'll want to attract better deals if you want to make a profession out of this. He's giving you pocket change when you could be taking his whole wallet from him once you show off what your team is really capable of. She chuckled, and Delcatty hopped up once she reached that pause in her speech. The big cat didn't exactly fit in her lap, but his mother helped her into a comfortable position. And, as she ran her hand down Delcatty's back, she made sure to reach out to pat Sabai on his head, too. The smaller Pokémon pulled back, but it felt to Sam that it was less that Sabai was recoiling from the touch and more like the Pokémon was embarrassed at the show of affection. What I'm trying to say is, his mother shook her head. Sam. You're amazing, and I'm not just saying that because I'm your mother. You've placed first in a mid-level tournament, but there are dozens of mid-level tournament winners within a region every season. You haven't had to prove your team within a conference, and accepting Mr. Pokemon's sponsorship will only benefit you in the short term. For the long term, it's better to put off accepting anything until later. What about Reedy? Sam interrupted. How hard will it be for her to evolve the members of her team? Sam winced as he thought of both Ursaring and Porygon. Then she would get a much larger benefit out of this deal than you would, his mother said. I wouldn't be surprised if she accepts, but I still don't think you should. Sam looked away, feeling better, yet it still felt awful to pass up so much free cash on the table. But getting some of that money. You don't need it. How often have you been unable to afford what you need? Almost never, Sam grumbled. For income, his team was strong enough that he could easily fight other trainers and earn money through bets. Otherwise, taking on jobs posted in Pokémon Center was easy enough. It helped that the only big eater on his team was Primeape, and even then, Primeape was a somewhat small Pokémon in the grand scheme of things. Exactly, his mother said. You're a competent trainer, so don't sell yourself too soon for too little. And when it comes to Dad's book, well, it's yours. Trust me when I say he'd want you to have it. Whatever you decide to do with it is your decision. Even if you choose to sell it to the highest bidder, I know he'd be proud of what you've accomplished so far. Sam felt a bittersweet smile cross his face. He chuckled, wiping his eyes, and his mother looked around at her immediate surroundings before leaning closer to her computer with a hand cupped around her mouth. Besides, if you do sell it, just don't mention I made a copy. He burst into laughter. She leaned back, satisfied. Thanks, Mom, he said. Anything for you, she said, chuckling. I love you, Sam. I love you too. He could still hear the sound of Reedy's voice in the booth next to him, and with how animatedly she spoke, he could tell she was weaving tales about their journey so far. The booth's plastic doors behind her were open, but she had released Ursaring while Sam had been distracted, and the bear's massive body served as a blocker to prevent much more sound from getting out. Is there anything else I can help you with? His mother asked. He considered the question. Reedy was likely going to talk for a while longer, and they did have another, immediate problem they needed to handle. Actually, yeah, Sam said slowly, turning back to the screen. We challenged Claire to a double battle, and now there's this Pokémon Reedy's trying to get. At the end of their calls, Sam and Reedy stood up and faced each other just outside of their booths. They took a moment to size one another up before taking a deep breath and blurting out their decisions. I'm not taking the deal. I'm taking the deal. Sam and Reedy both blinked. You go first, Sam said. I talked to my family. They weren't angry. They were happy I called. Relieved, actually. I guess I shouldn't have waited for so long. Mama Bear Ursaring's mom was annoyed I hadn't been sending more details through my aunt. She wanted me to give her more stories so she could brag to all the other Pokémon about her son. Sam laughed. Yeah. Reedy said, grinning. I don't know why I was so worried. They're my family. They love me. They were just happy that I was okay. But for the sponsorship. She tilted her head to the side. You aren't taking it. The money and items are nice, but I can get more if I wait, Sam said. But I need the items he can provide, so I'm probably going to take it, Reedy replied, nodding her head. But I also talked about it with my parents, and no matter what he sends to us, I won't be signing it as is. It doesn't matter how much money he offers, I'm going to ask for more negotiation, you know? With everything I want to do with my team, even 1,000 every 2 weeks won't be enough, especially when you consider the Pokémon I'm going to catch. There was a shine behind her eyes. Reedy was already planning ahead, eager for the future. Sam glanced around the room to make sure no one was listening in before walking with Reedy deeper back, just in case. Like I said, I don't have that same need, so it doesn't make sense for me to take that offer, Sam said slowly. But I talked to my mom about something else. Dragonair. How to tackle getting you Dragonair, I mean. Reedy froze. And she gave me some advice, he sighed. She said we need to talk to Claire. Dragonair is her Pokémon. We can't just steal her away. But Claire is also a gym leader, and she has a responsibility to new trainers. My mom made it pretty clear that if we want to get you Dragonair, opening a line of communication is our #1 priority. Reedy opened her mouth then closed it. She visibly struggled to find her words. But, you were the one to talk about how I need to be clever about things, she said. I've been trying to work on strategy. Isn't this something we need to be smart about? Ugh. Yet. He rubbed his head. I wanted to go around town and eavesdrop on conversations, and I do think we could find something in the library. But, my mom made a good point. Dragonair might like you, but we can't exactly take her from the dragon-type gym leader without talking, first. Reedy stared at Sam for several seconds before crossing her arms in a huff. My parents said the same thing, she grumbled. I wanted to pretend I didn't hear it, but I guess we really have to do this. I just was hoping we wouldn't need to talk to her. Claire and Reedy might not have started off on the right foot, but judging Claire on her first impression wasn't the right thing to do. In a way, he'd already made that mistake with how he treated Miss Drevis in Ilex Forest. Sam never wanted to do the same thing again. He couldn't ignore how Claire approached them to take responsibility for what happened with Drago Knight. And then she had not only been open about the fates of those Dratini, something few others would share so easily, but she had also willingly agreed to that double battle challenge when she didn't need to. Claire might have been a proud dragon-type trainer, but she was also a gym leader. It was part of her job to search for the best future for her gym's Pokémon. If Dragonair had formed an emotional bond with Reedy, outright denying a handover would be genuinely unreasonable for Claire to do. It was just that talking to her felt so risky. Indigo's dragon types were extremely rare and extremely powerful. The idea that a member of the Blackthorn clan would willingly hand one over to someone outside the clan didn't sound like something that would ever come true. But both Mom and Reedy's family came to the same conclusion. We have to talk to Claire. Dragonair is her Pokémon. Sam and Reedy quickly discussed how, exactly, they'd pursue this idea, and they decided to sleep on it through the night. The next morning, once everyone had eaten and once Haunter finished merrily dissecting an Oran berry, Reedy made it clear she didn't want to wait. They left the Pokémon Center to head to the gym. It didn't take long to reach the building. Blackthorn's gym was located just north of the city. A path out of town led to it, with its building being situated at the edge of a large, crater lake. An enormous, rocky bowl had been blasted into the surrounding mountains to create an idyllic valley. Sam wasn't sure if this place had been created by something like a meteor or an insanely powerful dragon type, but it definitely wasn't something naturally formed over time. Mount Silver isn't too far to the northwest. The wild Pokémon there are some of the toughest in the region. The gym building itself was pretty generic, but it carried many of those same, dragon-inspired carvings that Sam had seen around town. Opening up a carved, wooden door, they entered a rather undecorated lobby. A single banner hung on the wall that displayed a symbol representing the dragon type. A door behind a front counter connected to the building's interior. There were a few foldable chairs set up for people to wait, but there were no other living beings within this small, front room other than Sam, Reedy, and all the ghost types in Sam's shadow. Hello! Reedy yelled. A few seconds passed. Is this place even open? She mumbled. One moment, a voice soon echoed out from the back. Shortly after, a trainer stepped out of the sole other door here. He didn't exactly fit the image of a dragon-type tamer, wearing a flannel shirt half covered by overalls with a thin layer of dust on his head and shoulders. Sorry about that. This place is undergoing a few renovations, he said, taking up a spot behind the front counter. Here to challenge the gym. Reedy cleared her throat. We're here for Claire. We need to talk to her, Sam clarified. The man looked them up and down, mouth twitching into a frown. Keeping his eyes on them, he leaned to the side to open a drawer and pull out a clipboard containing a written schedule. He schemed through. Claire isn't expecting anyone today, but if you want to meet her in battle. Again, we just want to talk, Sam said. Can't you tell her that we're the ones with the double battle? Sam and Reedy. The frown deepened, and the gym trainer glanced at the schedule in his hands. He put it back in the drawer before returning to that same door. Excuse me for a second, he said. Reedy crossed her arms as he left the room. Didn't look that dragon-y to me, she sniffed. You sure we have the right place? Sam shrugged. Maybe they put their pride in their Pokémon's strength rather than anything material. They waited in the gym's lobby, but that gym trainer never came back out, not even after a full 10 minutes. Sam found his way into one of the seats, but Reedy paced, frequently letting out annoyed huffs as if the sound would make a difference. With how long the man's second was taking, Sam was thankful Primeape was still in his Pokeball. Given how long they were being forced to wait, the monkey Pokémon would have lost his mind by now. So 10 minutes passed by without interruption. Reedy called out to ask for the guy to return, but she received no response. Those 10 minutes stretched into 15. Reedy shouted again to try to get him to come back. And then 15 turned into 20. Eventually, Reedy's knuckles turned white at her side. Sam could practically see steam coming off her head. If it wasn't for the melodic cry that suddenly came from outside, Sam was sure she would have burst through the back door into the gym itself. Instead, she practically raced out the front door to see what made that noise. Sam had to jump out of his seat to keep up, and he stumbled to a stop next to Reedy as a blue shadow passed over them in the sky. Before either of them could react, Reedy disappeared from Sam's side, yanked away with nothing more than a yelp. Except, she didn't cry out in panic or rage. Reedy started to laugh, instead. "You didn't think you'd see me so soon, did you?" she said, rubbing the face of the Pokémon pressed into her. "It's only been a day. But I'm happy to see you too, Dragonair." The blue dragon type coiled around her, happily rubbing its face into hers. She hugged it back, smiling, but Sam was unable to pay attention to her for long. As another shadow grew above them, he craned his neck up to take in the second Dragonair that was now floating above their heads. Claire's expression was confused yet imperious. It was an unreadable mix of hope, pride, and utter bewilderment. Her starter Pokémon, however, looked unimpressed. They both hung in the air as Reedy and her Dragonair spent a full minute greeting each other before either realized the gym leader was there. Dragonair looked up, blinked, and then pulled away just as fast as it had first slammed into Reedy. It hung its head low as it realized its horrible mistake. "I see," Claire said. Reedy scrambled to her feet. The larger, older Dragonair brought itself close to the ground, giving Claire a safe height to jump off its back and land in front of the both of them. The gym leader crossed her arms as she looked them over. "I suppose you aren't here to challenge me to that double battle, Why does she sound so genuinely disappointed? Hurrying, Reedy moved over to return to Sam's side, forcing herself to stand up straight and meet Claire's gaze. I have a request. A demand," Reedy shouted. Claire's eyes flicked her way. "Dragonair," she continued. "I'm going to train her." The Dragonair in the sky sniffed dismissively and tilted its chin up at Reedy. Reedy seemed to make a point of ignoring that, choosing to deal with Claire and only Claire right now. But that smaller Dragonair on the ground? It snapped its head up to look at Reedy in shock, and its downcast expression quickly melted to give way to wide eyes and an open mouth. "I see," Claire said for the second time. Again, Sam forced himself to not react to the audible sound of disappointment in the gym leader's voice. "If you want to convince a dragon type to do something, it's good you understand you need to look them in the eye, and I respect your attempts to show no sign of weakness," Claire said, crossing her arms. "However, if you plan to deal with a dragon type, you need to understand that you must be at least an equal to make a demand." The gym leader took a step forward. She towered over Sam and Reedy. "So, I have to ask, are you claiming to be an equal to me?" Reedy stiffened, but she refused to flinch. Defiantly, she never once looked away from Claire's gaze, which seemed to award her some sort of approval. "When Pokémon are rescued, they're rarely given to their rescuers," Claire began to explain after several tense seconds. "It's an issue of attachment. After being mistreated for so long, it's easy for them to latch onto the kindness of the first trainer they meet regardless of whether they're a good match. It's rare for that kind of partnership to lead to a healthy Pokémon trainer relationship." "But Dragonair was rescued by you," Claire interrupted. "You were the one to show up before she was released, so of course she'd idolize you. She's thrown herself into training, dedicating herself so that such a thing will never be repeated, but yet..." Claire eyed Reedy, bringing up a hand to rest her head on a closed fist. "But yet you're here for her. And you aren't exactly a trainer to take her trust for granted. Even after all this time, all of her work, she still went out of her way to hunt you down, and then you respond to that by showing up here, responding by claiming her for yourself," Claire said. "I suppose this explains where she disappeared to yesterday, but what makes you think you're worthy of training my dragon type?" And to that, Reedy let out an audible snarl. "Worthy of training her? Your dragon type? Dragonair can do what she wants," she growled. "Pokémon are Pokémon. Just because they're one type or another doesn't mean they're automatically more special than everyone else. No, Dragonair is special because of who she is, not what she is, and she deserves someone who cares about her, not just the rarity of her species. She needs someone that'll train her because they want to, not someone who's training her because of some dumb clan's orders. Claire frowned. You might be the dragon-type gym leader, but as far as I'm concerned, Dragonair is already my friend. I just haven't had the chance to tell her that yet, Reedy said. Finally, she turned away from Claire, an act utterly dismissive of the rank of the league official standing before her. She looked Dragonair in the eyes, sending forth an absolute promise. Reedy would train Dragonair. Tears welling up. Dragonair looked like she was about to cry. Her body tensed for a lunge toward Reedy, but a flick of the tail from Claire's dragon type saw a gale of wind that sent her flopping back. I see, Claire said yet again. And you expect me to ignore that insult you've just given me, too? Reedy suddenly stiffened. Sam resisted running a hand down his face. Yes, Reedy said. Sam didn't hold back his smack. After several long, infinitely stretching seconds, Claire let out a snort and walked toward the gym's entrance. She said only 2 words. Follow me. Reedy blinked. Why? Claire rested her hand on the front door's handle and stopped, staring ahead at the finely carved wood. When we first met, you talked about wanting to prove yourselves, but that was just for your gym badge. I can respect that level of determination, even if you two don't. Her hand gripped the handle. But, Claire continued, this isn't the same. You're talking about raising a dragon type, and as Blackthorn's chosen gym leader, partnering Pokémon with the right trainer is part of my duty. You're right that Dragonair is a Pokémon. She's not inherently special due to her type. Valuing that and that alone is not how trainers should act. She turned around. But type still informs a trainer how Pokémon behave. Specialists exist for a reason. Learning how to train a specific type makes it easier to understand the quirks of a species as a whole rather than the traits of a specific individual. In the case of Dragonair, she respects you, but only right now. All dragon types and dragon-like species instinctually respect strength. What do you plan to do if you aren't able to keep up with her expectations? What do you do when you fail to meet her goals? Do you really think she'd carry the same respect for you then? That's the thing, Reedy replied. I'm all about strength. Letting her down isn't possible. Claire made eye contact with Reedy, taking in her determined expression before turning back around, hiding whatever look she was making on her face. Not every trainer is capable of training such a difficult Pokémon, and not every member of the Blackthorn clan is suitable no matter how much the clan tries to push that message, Claire said quietly. I can't give you my approval, but I can't outright deny you, either. As the Blackthorn City Gym leader, instead, I can offer you a chance. Sam and Reedy raced after Claire as she stepped inside the gym, and she rubbed the bands on her wrists to bring out a pair of Pokeballs. Both Dragonair were returned. Claire spoke up as they disappeared. The Blackthorn Gym might not operate gym trials for challengers, but the Blackthorn clan itself organizes regular, public dragon-type trials set at the Dragon's Den, Claire said. If you want Dragonair to join your team, you have only a single way forward. Take part in those trials and prove yourself worthy of adding her to your team. Do you think you can do that? We can, Reedy said. Claire nodded once. Good. And the door to the Blackthorn Gym closed behind them. Chapter 88. Reedy sent frequent, subtle glances to the bands around Claire's wrists, and Sam never once missed one of her looks. Dragonair's Pokeball was inside one of them, and Reedy desperately wanted to claim that ball for herself. But she couldn't right now. They needed to follow Claire and hear the explanation for the dragon-type trials, first. In here. Claire said. A gloved hand pushed open a featureless door, and Sam and Reedy stepped in as Claire marched inside. It was a messy office. Boxes and stacks of papers littered the floor, filing cabinets lined the walls, and a thick, oak desk had been placed at the back with a blocky computer sitting on top. Claire strode to that desk, sitting behind it and pressing a button that started the noisy boot process to turn the computer on. As fans whirred to life, Sam and Reedy hurried to Claire's sides to watch the computer's screen. The next minute was awkward, as the computer wasn't fast by any means. It took a painful period of silence between them for the computer to become functional enough to let Claire navigate to the website she wanted to show off. The League's archives contain interviews alongside its Pokémon battles. There's a short conversation I want you two to see before you make any decisions, Claire said. As you watch, pay attention to what he says. He? Sam kept his suspicions quiet as Claire maneuvered through the League's online archives. The site lacked any special decorations, only containing a series of text-based links divided by name, date, and region. Claire clicked on one folder labeled Champion Lance. This interview is from a few years ago, Claire said, scrolling down and selecting a specific video link. Back then, Lance was still adjusting to his role as champion. The behavior expected of one is different from that of a member of Indigo's Elite Four. He hadn't fully adapted yet. Wait, why does that? Reedy quickly went quiet as Claire finished clicking through the progress bar to start the video roughly 2/3 of the way through. Took him 30 minutes to calm down, a young-looking Lance said with a smile. He chuckled, and the interviewer burst into laughter. The newly ordained champion leaned back in his chair, calmly lacing his fingers together to enter a relaxed posture. How funny! It isn't often we get such a look into an elite's past like that, the interviewer, a pudgy man, said. But our viewers are dying to know, how did you get your starter Pokémon? A Dragonite is extremely rare. I can't imagine training such a strong Pokémon like that since the start. Lance casually shook his head. The red of his hair almost seemed to be brighter back then compared to now. The smile on his face didn't match his usual, serious expression or the almost imperial demeanor he usually displayed. Instead, in response to the interviewer's question, Lance's expression turned to one of fond remembrance. A moment of silence was spent in recollection as Lance visibly experienced happier memories of the past. Dragonite was my starter, yes, Lance said. I imagine that most would expect a wild story of me climbing a mountain or going through some extremely dangerous trial to partner with him, but the truth is, it was nothing as dangerous as that. As a Dratini, he was simply my friend. I grew up in Blackthorn City, and the Blackthorn clan protects and possesses quite the number of dragon-type nests. They actively seek to pair trainers with the young Pokémon within. Lance smoothed the edge of his cloak, and the interviewer leaned in. He seemed to miss the flash of obvious greed in the interviewer's eyes. It wasn't every day someone talked about rare dragon types being handed out for free. Truly? Your clan provided you with a Dratini? Just like that, the man asked, the corners of his mustache twitching into a smile. It was much more complicated than just a simple handover. I met Dratini by accident while exploring, and we became fast friends. For the clan to approve our partnership, he laughed again. It was more like we forced the elders' hands. There was a brief pause, as if Lance was debating something. Have you ever heard of their dragon-type trials? Lance asked. I can't say I have, the interviewer said. The Blackthorn clan holds them every so often, with the purpose of finding new trainers to support. To begin my journey alongside Dratini, I had to prove myself to the elders of the clan, Lance said. They, of course, weren't happy, so even though they failed me, I constantly threw myself at the trials. They're arbitrary. Inconsistent. But as rigid and unbending my clan's elders are, they still care about Pokémon. They eventually relented, and Dratini and I were able to head out together. Lance shook his head. I was one of the lucky ones. It took me 5 attempts for me to acquire that aid from my clan. Claire stopped the video there, pausing it before the interviewer could provide a response. That's the most anyone has ever publicly shared about the Blackthorn clan's trials, she said. Lance's disagreements with the clan elders definitely colored his statements on it, but his description is still accurate. The trials are biased. Progress is made through whim more than strength. Yet, if you prove yourself worthy, if you're determined enough, they will have to accept your potential. That's your way forward. Reedy was frowning, and she hadn't looked away from the computer just yet. Even with how many looks she had been sending to Claire's wrists, her eyes were locked to the champion's image on the screen. How come I haven't heard of these before, she whispered. Claire frowned, pulling her head to the side to stretch. The Blackthorn clan doesn't want their trials to be public knowledge, she said. They used their influence to make sure this interview was never aired more than once. Why? Sam stood up and straightened his back as he pulled away from the computer. There wasn't much room to stand with how close the desk was to the room's wall. I need you to understand that training a dragon type is a difficult thing, Claire said. More often than not, they only react positively if you have their respect. The actual steps and techniques to train dragon-type moves and prove your worthiness are secrets that belong to the clan. The dragon-type trials were originally meant to be a private event that passed that knowledge on to the next generation, but the League didn't want that, Sam concluded, filling in the statement as Claire let her words drift off. I've caught a news report or two. They passed rules saying those trials couldn't be exclusive anymore, didn't they? She nodded her head. It was controversial for many reasons, but more than anything else, dragon tamers respect strength. The law might have been purposefully designed to take power away from clans, but no one in Blackthorn desired to go against Champion Oak. She leaned back in her chair, taking on a posture not unlike Lance's in the video. Sam would have thought Claire was actually relaxed, but this seemed more like emotion she underwent to keep herself calm. Since the trials are now public, anyone who shows up has the potential to join, she said. However, the Blackthorn clan still has the right to determine how far competitors can go, and they also have the right to determine when and where the trials take place. Now that the trials can no longer be limited to Blackthorn clan members, their purpose has been changed to be about networking more than anything else. Promising trainers are invited via informing them about the next trials date, and if those trainers do well, they'll receive the clan's support. Like a sponsorship, Reedy said. More like quid pro quo, Claire corrected. The clan provides resources to promising trainers in the hope that when those trainers take on positions of importance in the league, they'll be more open to supporting the clan's wishes in the future. Sam tried to act casual by resting an arm against a filing cabinet. He almost pushed it over, but he caught it before it fell. Is that why the Blackthorn clan still has so much influence? Sam asked. These trials help keep the people in power on their side. Part of the reason, Claire answered. She didn't explain more than that. Obviously deep in thought, Reedy frowned, and she finally looked away from the frozen screen. So when you're talking about support, you mean they give out Pokémon? Like what they did with Lance and his Dragonite Dratini, I mean. She shrugged. Kind of, Claire answered. Pokémon are only handed out in extreme circumstances, which is why this is going to be difficult for you. The trials nowadays mostly reward training techniques, hard to find information, TMS for rare moves, and even pieces of deceased dragon types to promote certain forms of evolution. Just keep in mind that it varies from trainer to trainer, and how much you receive is based on how impressed the clan is with you. Both Sam and Reedy went quiet for a while. Rare information, Sam repeated after a bit. Like historical records. I suppose. Claire said. How do we compete? Sam asked, leaning in. The trial publicly takes place at the Dragon's Den, but as I said, the exact time varies to prevent the participation of unwanted trainers. Except, anyone who shows up is allowed to take part, and the league's rules mandate that the clan can't immediately disqualify them. For you two, I can invite you by telling you when the next one takes place, but given the level of preparation involved and how much you'd need to show off, your best option is to wait 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Claire jerked as if she wanted to snap at Reedy for interrupting her, but she bit her tongue to stop that immediate, annoyed reaction. Instead, the gym leader closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Sam could tell this kind of situation didn't happen to her that often. Do you really think you're ready? Claire asked carefully. That question was met with a scoff. Of course we're ready. That's my name, Reedy said. You're underestimating me because I don't have many gym badges, but that's just because I'm super careful. My Pokémon are strong, so why couldn't we take it on? Claire glanced at Sam for confirmation, and he nodded in agreement. Lance said it took him several attempts to get his Dratini, so it shouldn't matter if we fail. Even if we don't succeed on our first attempt, we'd be able to try again later, right? After looking between Sam and Reedy for the final time, Claire sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. She seemed like she didn't want to accept this, but she did at least acquiesce. Fine. I think it's too soon, but you're right that you can try again, she said. There's 1 in 2 nights. Just, know that you won't get through it. Don't complain to me when you lose. With how packed the previous day had been, they didn't outright train so much as they practiced and took time to rest. Reedy used this time to send a message to Mr. Pokémon and request a copy of the sponsorship contract. He replied with the exact terms, and she passed them along to her family. Negotiation would take a while, but from what Sam knew about Reedy, he doubted the entire process would take longer than a week. Needing to wait, Sam spent the next 2 days practicing with his team, exploring the city, and trying to find out what he could about the Blackthorn clan. Not much. His efforts were curtailed by the clan's secretive nature as well as the perfect distraction he had in his possession. The vast majority of his time was spent reading. He pored over the notes contained within that old journal he'd purchased. The information within didn't have an explicit through-line or even that much organization in general. Rather, they simply contained everything the author could obtain when it came to Hiswai's culture and lore. It contained folktales and legends, sketches of environments and descriptions of locations. Species were mentioned too, but none that were explicitly variants. Unfortunately, almost everything in this book had been obtained second-hand. Specifics were sparse, but Sam at least appreciated the overview that it gave him. Hiswai was a different time, one where technology wasn't as prevalent. Pokeballs were only just beginning to spread, and even then, they were crafted by hand more often than not. The stories that described the region's culture were all passed down through word alone, with the clans of the period defined by oral tradition. The Diamond Clan, the Pearl Clan, and all the other, smaller groups all existed back then. But between all of the vague descriptions and flat summaries, Sam was at least able to identify a few parables that stood out to him. He took note of them and carefully read them through. Truthfully, most of his time was spent trying to derive any hidden meaning from their words. The first story he found warned of the dangers of letting too many hostile spirits group together. The outcome was described as a great curse, but Sam was pretty confident the story was likely about spiritum. Another story was aimed more at children, discussing the tale of a fish and a snail and their ongoing relationship. Every time the snail drank from a river, the fish approached to attack the other creature from invading its home. Yet, the snail never retaliated, and the fish only ever hurt itself with its attack. However, in the end, the fish's struggles somehow saw both of them evolve, and then they parted as friends. That's dumb. Sam took that story as one that praised the benefits of friendly rivalries, as it was a proven fact Pokémon and people grew most in battle. It was trying to convince children that fights weren't anything to make enemies over. It was better to stay friends than needlessly attack someone for a pointless reason. Other than those two tales, there were more stories about things like funeral rites and area guardians called nobles, but Hiswai didn't exactly have a unified culture back then, as far as Sam could tell. He just wished the journal contained more specifics than the vague summaries it did. No matter how much he read through it, he couldn't find anything directly helpful to Quilava. But it at least gave him a better understanding of the time period. Primarily, Pokémon were the ones to manage the natural order of things. Humans generally kept to themselves. When the time came for the trial to start, he made sure the journal was tucked away in his pack, right next to the new Pokédex, then left with Reedy. They had a ways to go if they wanted to reach the trial's location on time. It was set at the Dragon's Den, which was located on the other side of the gym's crater lake. Its entrance was within a small opening of a cave, lit up by a pair of fiery torches that were visible from the opposite shore. Unfortunately, that cave was the Dragon's Den's only entrance, and there were no paths around the lake to guide trainers its way. To reach the trial grounds, Sam and Reedy were forced to hike through the steep, evergreen forest that grew around the lake's sides, traveling through the dimness of early night. But even with the darkness along the way, Sam didn't fail to notice how often nearby trees were splintered with large grooves from a Pokémon's attacks. Given where he and Reedy were, Sam had little doubt in his mind about the identity of the species that left those marks. Thankfully, they reached the cave's entrance without seeing or being attacked by any wild Pokémon. Reedy had been impatient to go, and because of that, they made it to the Dragon's Den earlier than expected. A small path from this side's beach connected to a flat, dirt area just outside the cave. 3 people were already present, with 2 of them other competitors and the last a Blackthorn clan elder. As they approached, Reedy nudged Sam's arm and tried to subtly point at the 2 trainers. "Look," she whispered. "Both of them are our age." The 2 present competitors were opposites. A boy with messy black hair wore a red jacket covered with an unnecessary amount of spikes, zippers, and chains. He stood with his arms crossed, scowling at the Blackthorn clan elder. As for the other trainer, she was a girl, and she was overwhelmingly pink. Her dress was covered in bows. It puffed out way more than was needed. She had a patient smile on her face that seemed to make a point of ignoring how the boy looked so ready to fight. She simply stood silently and politely whereas the boy visibly glared and clenched his fists. As for the elder himself, he wasn't wrinkled and old, but he was a stern middle-age with neatly cut, salt and pepper hair. The man silently watched Sam and Reedy approach, his hands hidden within his sleeves. His outfit was uncomfortably close to that of a Sprout Tower sage, but Sam did his best to not immediately distrust the man. He tried to greet the elder with a slight tilt of his head. Surprisingly, that nod was met with a smile and a similar, polite greeting back. Uncomfortable, Sam looked away, and the elder returned to staring ahead. I don't want to make a scene. If you need me, I'll be on that stone, Sam whispered. He gestured to a flat boulder set at the edge of the clearing, where it was almost perfectly obscured by the shadows of a tree. All right. I'll just be here. Waiting, Reedy said. She crossed her arms and looked around. Given the reason she was here, Sam couldn't imagine the amount of stress she was under. He sat on the stone, and Reedy started to pace. Thankfully, no one really paid attention to him. The boy was too busy glaring at the elder, the girl was too busy staring out over the lake, and the elder himself only sent the occasional, casual glance both Sam and Reedy's way. Even with so little attention on him, Sam still made sure to act casual when he pulled out that journal from before. Sam mumbled. No one was talking. The tension was palpable. There were still several minutes before the trial was set to begin. So, he opened up his book and flipped through it, moving to the most boring section he could find. The words on its pages were only barely visible thanks to the flickering flames of the torchlight. From there, he mumbled. If anyone tried to listen in, all they'd hear was the sound of a flat description of a meadow. Sure, Florima Town might have been interesting to some, but the description in the book was so boring and literal that even the most curious would have been turned away. Sam's deception worked. The girl in the dress briefly glanced at him but just as quickly turned away. Her eyes twitched for the short second she paid attention to what he was saying, his words only barely audible in the silence of the night. No one else bothered to try to listen in, and Sam became confident that he was speaking without any eavesdroppers. His mumbling changed. Instead of reading from the book, he whispered a quiet command to his Pokémon. They aren't paying attention. You should be able to get close enough to sense what's in their Pokeballs, he said quietly. See if you can find out anything about their teams, and then pass what you discover back to me. Reedy continued to pace, that boy continued to glare, and the girl continued to stare at the water of the lake, all of them unaware of what Sam just said. No one noticed the dark shapes leaving his feet to join the shadows of the woods. Tibia and Fibula stayed with Sam and Reedy respectively. Haunter was the leader of the group that left just as much as he had been tutoring those two ghost types in new moves. Those two ghost types were tutoring him back when it came to sensing the world around him. Sam had no clue what his Pokémon would discover, but he at least hoped to obtain some insight into why these other trainers were invited, or at least what preparations they had gone through. A minute passed. Silence continued. The time to start rapidly approached. The boy in the jacket eventually snarled, never once looking away from the elder's face. What? Not going to say anything, he growled. The Blackthorn clan elder didn't even bother to look his way. We have two more we are waiting for. The trials will begin once everyone has arrived. As if to punctuate the middle-aged man's statement, a dark shadow passed over the camp, only visible thanks to how its body obscured the night sky's stars. When it touched down in the dirt clearing, the Pidgeot demonstrated such control over the flying type that not even the slightest breeze disturbed the ground under its feet. From its back, a man in his early 20s wearing a red vest jumped off to land next to it. Sam sucked in a breath when he saw him. An ace trainer? The Blackthorn clan invited an ace trainer here? He was starting to understand why Claire said they weren't prepared. Now within this dirt clearing, the ace trainer bowed his head to the Blackthorn elder, receiving the same respectful greeting back. He placed a hand on his Pidgeot's side to quietly say thanks before returning the Pokémon to its ball. And then silence. Mostly. The sound of shuffling fabric came from that one girl's dress as she twisted back and forth, and Reedy's feet caused the dirt to crunch underneath them as she continued to pace. Sam tracked his ghost types as they silently moved around the clearing. The torch's flickering flames helped disguise their presence, but Sam was able to follow how patches of darkness moved from tree to tree. He knew that Tibia and Fibula's sensing rarely returned anything specific, and that Haunter was much worse at detection than them. However, he still hoped Haunter would be able to find something. At least, he'd be able to gauge the strength of everyone else here. However, as Sam stopped reading to follow his Pokémon's movements, he froze when he saw the ace trainer watching him. The man smiled, chuckling to himself, and turned away. Sam shoved his head back into his book and returned to reading. He pretended not to feel the heat that had rushed to his face. The time for the trials to start came and passed, yet the elder did not announce that they were set to begin. The last person was yet to show up, and it took some time before any sign of them appeared. Out on the lake itself, a second dark shape slowly came into view. As it got close, someone shouted from its back. Wait for me. I'm almost there. Sam blinked when he realized he recognized the voice, but he couldn't exactly place it. The torches illuminated the Pokémon's silhouette and revealed the shape of a rare Lapras. Once it reached the shore, a girl a few years older than him jumped off its back, thanked it, then returned her Pokémon and raced up the path to the Dragon's Den entrance. Getting close, she somehow locked eyes with Sam, even though he was sitting in the shadows under a tree. "Ah! You're that boy. Sam," he said. "And you're Eliza." Eliza smiled at him, looking a lot more confident than the last time they met. She had competed in the beginners tournament with her Slowpoke, and then she had faced him with her Scyther immediately after Goldenrod's gym trial. Eliza jogged over, welcoming the friendly face. She didn't seem to recognize Reedy, however. Reedy stopped pacing to watch with a frown. "Hey! Are you trying to get DMS, too?" "DMS?" Sam asked. Eliza shook her head. "I guess not," she said. "I'm not really sure what's going on. I came to Blackthorn to get a few dragon-type moves for my team, and then after asking around, a member of the Blackthorn clan directed me here." Sam licked his lips. "Hey! That's interesting. What are you here for?" Eliza asked. "Support, mostly. But I'm also hoping to get access to the Blackthorn clan's historical records, too." Reedy wanted to prove herself to obtain Dragonair, but Sam also had a feeling that the clan was old enough to help him with his goal. He wanted either something to help him with Quilava's evolution or something to help him find more ghost types. Given only the mischievous and ghastly lines were common to this region, he hoped the clan knew where other ghost types could be found off-route. The new Pokédex didn't have that information, after all. Eliza smiled at him, and she started to talk, but Sam turned his attention to the ground. Haunter didn't exactly exit a shadow, but he brought a claw out to scratch at the dirt, where he began to draw out shapes. Via symbols and arrows, Haunter was able to share what he had found. Primarily, he drew pictures that represented specific types. For that jacketed boy, he drew both a fist and sharpened teeth. The girl in the dress got what looked to be a butterfly. Eliza got both a water droplet and something that resembled a metal beam, but when Haunter tried to draw something for the ace trainer, he instead stopped and shivered. "Couldn't find out anything about him, but I can't blame you for that. Ace trainers are supposed to have some kind of defense from ghosts, I'm pretty sure. But then for everyone else, that boy. The fighting type? And dark type? Or dragon type? That girl is definitely the fairy type ugh. And then Eliza. Water and steel. So then did her Scyther evolve? And I hope you can find what you're looking for, too." Eliza finished. Sam blinked, realizing she just had an entire conversation with him without him paying attention. He opened his mouth to try to find some way to salvage this, but the Blackthorn clan elder finally spoke up at that point. "Enough." Sam looked up. The boy in the jacket clenched his fists, grinding his jaw, and the elder's eyes passed over the crowd. You, and you." The Blackthorn clan elder made eye contact with the ace trainer, the girl in the dress, and Sam himself. "You three will be moving on. Follow me." He turned around to step toward the entrance of the cave. Sam heard a sigh next to him, and Eliza slumped where she stood. "Of course," she mumbled. "What about the rest of us?" Reedy called out. "Unfortunately, it has been determined that you are not ready to take part in tonight's trials," the elder said, turning back around. "The Blackthorn clan appreciates your participation, but you will not be progressing further. You may try again at a later date, if you are invited." Chapter 89. At a later date? "If we're invited," the boy in the jacket repeated. "Yeah, right. And you want us to respect you. Well, how about you do something worthy of our respect instead of just demanding it for no reason at all?" He spat on the ground and marched into the woods. The Blackthorn clan elder impassively watched him leave. The middle-aged man's gaze flicked over the rest of the small crowd before he resumed his walk into the cave. Sam felt sick. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. He had no clue how everything had turned on its head so fast. Why me and not Reedy? Reedy was the one who had an explicit goal. Reedy was the one who needed this trial to be in her favor. Sam was only here for a casual desire and as a show of support. She was trying to get approval to add Dragonair to her team, but him? He only wanted information he could probably find if he went out and tried hard enough to find it. As he stood up from the stone, Eliza yelped when shadows rejoined the one under Sam's feet. The flames of the torches at the sides of the cave's entrance flickered as Sam looked around. The Blackthorn clan elder stood just past the entrance, waiting for the 3 chosen trainers to join him before moving on. But Sam turned toward Reedy, instead. "Reedy. Just go," she said, looking away. Sam was unable to see her face. Claire was right. If I can't even recognize why I wasn't allowed to move on, there's no way I can do anything for. Reedy shook her head. "Not now, at least," she mumbled. She tilted back to stare at the stars of the night sky, and Sam heard the 2 other trainers begin to approach the awaiting elder. The girl in the puffy dress practically skipped toward the entrance, whereas the ace trainer walked with confident and even strides. Sam hesitated. He didn't immediately move. He lifted up a leg to step closer to Reedy, but she snapped around, throwing an arm out to her side. "Go," she shouted. "I can try again, but don't lose this chance for yourself." It took only a single look at her red eyes for Sam to make up his mind. "I'll find out everything I can. Everything and anything that will make sure you move on next time." "You don't need to do that," Reedy mumbled, facing away once more. Sam hurried after everyone else who was already heading in. Jogging, he was only a second behind once they all reached the elder. The middle-aged man nodded once before moving to the front and leading the group further into the cave. A dark tunnel sloped down, heading beneath the earth. The occasional torch attached to the wall provided just enough light to see. Sam wanted to get upset. He wanted to rage and snap at the elder for not letting Reedy continue. But he forced himself to stay quiet. What would be the point? He was upset. Reedy should have been moving on, not him. Yet, acting out here would only be a mistake. Just as much as he wanted to learn what the Blackthorn clan knew, he also wanted to learn what he could on her behalf. So, Sam breathed in and out, centering himself to focus. Annoyance bubbled up inside him, but he pushed that feeling to the side and did his best to ignore it. As their smaller group neared the bottom of the tunnel, the first thing Sam noticed was the sound of dripping water. A regular drip, drip, drip from many different stalactites echoed out before Sam ever stepped into the depths of the cave. But pretty soon, he emerged into an underground cavern. A pool of water, a lake smaller than the one on the surface, stretched across the entire space, filled up by the droplets falling from the ceiling. At the back, more torches flickered. Just as some illuminated this side of the shore, others illuminated the far side. "The next stage will take place there," the Blackthorn elder said. He withdrew a hand from his robe to point at a hard-to-make-out building. Squinting his eyes, he could make out a few details past its silhouette. A shingled roof. A dark, wood exterior. The classic shape of a shrine's building, one of many that had been constructed in Johto in the past. The entrance faced the back wall, where the building connected to a stone shore via a thin peninsula. With an entire underground lake between them and their destination, Sam couldn't see any obvious way across. No boat. No bridge. And there was no walkable path around the lake's side. "So we need to figure out a way to cross the water," Sam mumbled. "The next stage takes place there?" "No. We're in the next stage right now, aren't we?" The ace trainer took only a second to look around the room before moving to the lake's edge. He retrieved a blue great ball from his waist before releasing a Pokémon in the water before him. Seadra. The blue Pokémon floated at the water's surface. Shaped like a seahorse, an open snout vibrated alongside a call of the Pokémon's name. Fins on its head flapped, resembling wings, as it patiently awaited further commands. "Come on, buddy. We'll get you that dragon scale," the ace trainer said. The Seadra was somewhat large, being about just under 4 feet tall. There was just enough room for the ace trainer to step on its back, crouching and balancing on it like it was some kind of surfboard. And then, the pair took off. The Seadra shot over the water's surface with a speed that left mist in its wake. With no source of light over the lake itself, they disappeared into the darkness. The steady drip of water from the ceiling meant the noise of their swimming faded away, mixing into the other echoes that filled the air of the cave. "Phooey. You'd think that as an ace trainer, he'd try to help us out." Sam glanced at the girl standing next to him. That was the first thing she'd said all night. "Cassandra," she said, identifying herself when she saw him glance at her. She twisted to face him, and the sudden movement caused her puffy dress to bounce side to side. "Mind if I get your name?" "Sam," Sam replied. He glanced back to the entrance of the cave to look for the clan elder, but the middle-aged man was gone. So this is part of the trial. You know, the girl giggled, I didn't ask to tell me your name, but I asked to get your name. I guess this means I can go by Sam now, right? She smiled at him. Sam just let out a sigh. He stepped away to approach the sharp edge of the stone shore to stick his hand into the lake's water. He just as quickly drew it back. That's way too cold to swim. He grimaced as he felt his options narrow. I just want to point out that I never actually agreed to any deal like that, Sam said, standing up. All I said was Sam. I never said I was handing my name over, and I didn't say if that was really my name, either. The girl stuck her tongue out at him. You're no fun, she said. But that's fine. I'm fun enough for everyone here. He ignored her. He was too busy trying to solve this puzzle. My Pokémon can't swim, and they aren't the type to carry me over the lake. With no path around the sides, there has to be something else here we can use to move across. So. He mentioned a dragon scale. Do you think that Ace trainer guy is trying to evolve his Seadra? Cassandra asked. Probably. Sam stood in place and looked at their immediate surroundings, nothing but stalagmites and a sloped shore that stretched wall to wall. The Blackthorn clan definitely has an easy supply of dragon scales. He'd need one if he wants a Kingdra. Cassandra whistled before hurrying to catch up to Sam as he started to walk towards one end. She kept her hands behind her back as she skipped along. Wow, she said. That's pretty rare knowledge you have. You know, you're more well-informed than you look. Sam paused, turned to her, and was met with a smug smile. The compliment felt like it was half an insult on purpose. He didn't know if she was purposefully taunting him or was just trying to tease him. Either way, he didn't want to deal with this right now. Moving to the water again, he crouched again to let himself speak to his team. Cassandra stayed back to watch silently. He whispered, hoping that she wouldn't hear his words. Do you guys mind helping me out again? He asked. Just search around to see if you can find a boat or anything like that. Shadows split off, though he saw only two leave. Likely, the wild ghastly weren't interested in assisting for such a boring task like that. Only Haunter and Misdreavus bothered to head out and search the hidden locations of this side of the shore. You train ghosts. He held back a curse when he saw Cassandra tilting her head at him. I do, he admitted. But they can't really help me across. None of them are species someone can ride. Cassandra giggled. Yeah, she said with a sigh. I have an Arbok and a Graveler on my team, but neither are good in water. Wait, Arbok and Graveler? Aren't you a fairy-type trainer? I am. She almost sounded offended. I have a Jigglypuff and Clefairy, too. I just felt like it's a good idea to have options in battle. It's nice to see my opponents get scared. Returning to his search, Sam walked along the shoreline, and Cassandra followed. He desperately wanted to find a way across. It would really suck if this portion of the trial was some kind of dumb test of swimming ability or something like that. Everyone here is trying to get something, Cassandra commented, idly speaking as she followed along. That Ace trainer is searching for a dragon scale. I'm trying to get a pair of moonstones. What are you looking for? Information, Sam replied. Oh. On ghost types. Sure. We'll go with that. He knew he was being terse. But he also knew he was annoyed. He was actively trying to find a solution, whereas this girl seemed more interested in talking and doing nothing herself. Cassandra continued to ramble at him, now talking about her team. Apparently, she had been the winner of a local tournament in Mahogany Town, a settlement located to the west of Blackthorn itself. The size of the tournament was smaller than the one in Violet City, but the competitors seemed to be just as strong. Also, the trainers there were just as vulnerable to sleep as Sam's opponents were. Between her Jigglypuff and Clefairy, Cassandra was able to wipe the floor with anyone whose team couldn't withstand her Pokémon's sleep-inducing sing. Dree. Finally, Sam had a reason to turn away, as Misdreavus called out her name from behind a nearby column of rock. Cassandra, unfortunately, heard Sam's Pokémon as well and continued to follow after him, jogging over as Sam ran Misdreavus's way. It was hidden by a fence-like wall of stalagmites, but there was a small cove a few feet down from the stone. If it wasn't for Misdreavus, Sam would have moved around this place without noticing. An old, rickety boat floated in the hidden pool of water. Unfortunately, with how it was shaped, anyone that wanted to use it would need to row. I'll get one side, you get the other. Cassandra offered weakly. Sam grimaced once he was done thanking Misdreavus. Well, if she's finally willing to help out now, it doesn't make sense to disagree. Haunter and Misdreavus dragged out the boat so it could be accessible from the shore, moving it to a place where there would be less of a drop to get inside. It rocked back and forth as Sam stepped into it, and Cassandra moved after him to sit on the same interior bench, placing herself a foot to his side. Haunter hid in the shadows that coated the boat's floor. Misdreavus settled at the back to ride along. As they dived into the darkness, Cassandra's gaze flicked toward both of them, and, for an obvious reason, the smile on her face started to look much more forced. Primeape, Sam said. Sam released his Pokémon at the front of the boat. It tilted up, but it didn't capsize with how everyone was arranged to balance it out. I'm expecting this to not be that easy. Defend us from anything that attacks, okay? The fighting type rolled his shoulders, eagerly nodding at this chance to help. Sam grabbed the oar that had been laid across the bottom of the boat, and he messed with a slot to the side to get it properly secured within a hole. Let's go. Sam had never rowed a boat before, and it was clear that Cassandra hadn't either. It took them a few attempts to get everything timed correctly so they moved in a straight line instead of a circle. Eventually, they managed to begin traveling across the lake. Cassandra tried to talk, but the act of rowing was more intensive than either of them expected. She went quiet quickly, putting all of her effort into just moving the oar through the water. Travel was slow, or at least it felt slow. Rowing across this underground lake meant traveling through darkness. There weren't exactly any visible landmarks for Sam to use to gauge their speed. There was the torchlight toward where they came in, and there was the torchlight at the shrine on the other shore. Sam wanted to glance over his shoulder to see how much farther they had to go, but he had a feeling that if they lost their momentum, they'd struggle to get going at the same pace again. Primeape stretched to warm himself up as they moved, and several pairs of red eyes stared up at them from within the base of the boat. When one of the ghastly moved, Sam heard a short squeak. He tried not to smirk when he caught the faintest of frowns on Cassandra's face. After who knows how long of traveling over the water, the first sound other than splashing came from Primeape. He grunted. Their pace slowed as Primeape leaned over the side to stare into the water. With a hard breath out, Cassandra stopped rowing. What is it? She asked, breathing heavily. Sam recognized the movements of Primeape's silhouette. The fighting type started to prepare himself with a bulk up. We're in the dragon's den, Sam said. I guess they aren't going to make this easy. Given where we are, I bet we're about to be attacked by a dragon. He wasn't sure why he was so calm. Maybe it was because he already experienced something similar, or maybe it was because he still only really felt that annoyance that had started up when he first joined with the Blackthorn Elder in the tunnel leading down into the cavern. Sam hadn't seen or heard anything happen to the ace trainer during that man's trip over. But the ace trainer was an ace trainer. He didn't exactly need to prove his strength, but Sam and Cassandra likely did. Something to their side caused the water to bend upwards. Even in this extremely dim light, Sam could still make out the shape of something dark and massive pass underneath them. Cassandra's grip tightened on her oar. Primeape's use of bulk up picked up the pace. Sam whispered a quick word of advice to Primeape. Ice-type moves were super effective against dragon types, and then he cautiously turned around. Though Cassandra held a pokeball in her hand, she wasn't able to release her team member before the aquatic species broke through the surface of the water. A massive head left the depths of the lake to stare down at them. Its jaw was large enough to swallow either of them whole. A pair of whiskers hung off the bottom of its face, and its eyes were locked into a permanent glare of rage. The fins on its head and spine stuck out to aid its intimidation. It didn't roar. It didn't need to. The sheer presence of the Gyarados alone was intimidating enough. Now! Sam yelled. He grabbed the side of the boat as Primeape's leap saw it teeter back and forth. A red flash of light and something pink saw Cassandra glow blue as whatever Pokémon she released made sure she didn't fall out. Primeape soared through the air. An ice-covered fist smashed into the sea serpent's face. Prime, the Pokémon shouted. He bounced off only to grab the Gyarados' whisker and pull himself back in for a second punch. Abe! An echoing roar came from the Gyarados as it reeled backward. Primeape landed at the front of the boat, and Misdreavus quickly used confusion to prevent water from getting in. Reflecting light from the far shore, a chunk of the Gyarados' head was now covered in ice. Quickly, the massive Pokémon dived back into the water. They sat there, tense, waiting for it to show back up, but the Gyarados never returned. Good job, Primeape! The ape Pokémon hooted at him happily. Alright. Now that that's taken care of, let's keep moving, Sam said. As he grabbed his oar and placed it into the water, Cassandra stared at him. It took her a few seconds for her to ready herself. A Clefairy sat in her lap. That was. She pursed her lips together and shook her head. Grabbing her oar, she returned to rowing, and both of them continued to bring themselves across the lake. This underground lake was definitely lake-sized, but it wasn't as large as the one on the surface, and it didn't take too long for them to reach the other side. Honestly, given that this was the third underground water feature Sam had seen this year, he was starting to think that locations like this existed under every major body of water. They were either natural, or Pokémon went out of their way to carve places like these. Once they reached the opposite shore, 2 members of the Blackthorn clan were already waiting for them. Sam felt exhausted after all of that rowing, but the awaiting pair thankfully helped them out of the boat. Sam returned Primeape with another quiet thanks, and Cassandra's Clefairy disappeared into a white premier ball. Right as Sam turned around, however, he heard a voice speak up. Trainer Cassandra. A third member of the Blackthorn clan, one bald and somewhat pudgy, waited a few feet away. Sam could tell that the 2 that had helped them out of the boat were likely just general members. This man was clearly another elder. The Blackthorn clan is willing to provide you with the moonstones you seek, but we wish to come to a deal, first, he said. Oh, I love deals. Thank you. Wonderful. Please, follow me. The clan elder dipped his head before turning to walk along a brick path built into the ground. Cassandra skipped along to follow him, but she stopped before she got too far away. I can't believe I almost forgot. Thanks for the date, Sammy, she called out. We should do this again sometime. She giggled. Sam ignored her. There was a certain point where teasing was teasing, but there was also a point where teasing was just saying something inappropriate to someone you hardly knew. If this is how a fairy-type trainer acts, I can't say I'm a fan. This way. One of the 2 people who had helped him out of the boat beckoned for him to follow them toward the opposite direction. Sam approached the entrance of the shrine itself, whereas Cassandra was led through an opening in the cave wall against the back. A pair of finely carved, wooden doors stood between Sam and the inside of the building. They were styled like a pair of dragon heads glaring down at anyone who dared to make their way inside. Sam didn't immediately enter. Placing his hand on the door's bronze handle, he paused to reflect on how he was the last one left. The ace trainer had vanished. If Cassandra was in the middle of making a deal, she was effectively out. And then everyone else outside never got to continue in the first place. Reedy is probably back at the Pokémon Center. It was just Sam and whatever was past this entrance. Pulling the doors open and stepping inside, the interior of the shrine reminded him of Sprout Tower. It had the same, exposed interior structure that many buildings built in the past tended to possess. The wood in here was just as obvious as it was outside. Paper dividers lined its sides. A pair of flaming, metal braziers in the back illuminated the space. With that light, Sam could see the faint silhouette of someone kneeling behind one of the many paper walls. With how often Sam found himself needing to carefully analyze shadows, it was pretty obvious to him that the silhouette was that of the ace trainer from before. But that man wasn't the only person in this room. In the back, between the braziers on a raised section of the floor, was yet another Blackthorn clan elder. Unlike the others, this old man's face was absolutely covered in wrinkles. He was by far the oldest person Sam had ever seen, but he didn't seem to possess the frailty that came with old age. Sit. This elder's voice was hoarse. Carefully, Sam made his way over to a cushion in front of the man and kneeled down. As he sat, the elder peeked open an eye to look over Sam. Sam had no clue how many times this man had done something like this before. It was a discerning look, one that was likely trying to figure out more than just his appearance. He waited patiently for what felt like forever. Eventually, the elder closed his eyes once more and smiled. "What are Pokémon to you?" the elder asked. Sam blinked. "A test? Or some kind of quiz?" On the shore, he'd been told the next stage of the trial was to take place here, but crossing the lake had been a stage in itself. He couldn't exactly take the elder's question at face value. They were definitely trying to imbue a sense of mystery and intrigue into this whole process. He needed to figure out the exact answer the elder wanted. Upon hearing the question, Sam's immediate thought was still to answer it literally. It'd be easy to define Pokémon and explain what one could do. However, he doubted that would bring him further. The elder probably wanted something from the heart. Sam took a few seconds to consider his words, and he spoke carefully in reply. Friends. Partners, came his answer. He paused. Beings capable of channeling specialized energy to conjure effects humans are unable to reproduce, he added quickly, unable to resist. The old man nodded along to his first two words, but he cocked his head to the side as Sam followed up with the textbook description. Correct, I suppose, the old man said, chuckling. He had no facial hair, but he rubbed his chin as if it had once supported a thin beard. Now then, what is most important when it comes to winning battles? Knowledge. Sam didn't hesitate to speak this answer. He knew in his heart that knowledge was the number one way to succeed as a Pokémon trainer. Although, he knew knowledge wasn't everything. Training was key. Practice was key. Honing instincts to understand how to react to unexpected circumstances was also necessary if a trainer wanted to do well in high-level battles. However, without knowledge backing a trainer up, they wouldn't know how to achieve any of that or even what goals they needed to chase in the first place. Knowledge had guided Sam through his journey so far. He'd even started out thanks to the knowledge contained within the new Pokédex. All of his training was fueled by what he knew about the ghost type or the desire to find out more. He had even decided to travel with Reedy since the two of them had gaps in their knowledge the other filled. And now I'm here to find out what the Blackthorn clan knows about the ghost type. That, and he still needed to find out how Quilava was meant to evolve. As Sam grew more and more confident about his answer in his head, the elder slowly nodded, humming as Sam clenched a fist in victory. A moment passed as the old man shuffled on top of his cushion. He slowly weighed Sam's words, tilting his head back to stare down at Sam with a pair of half-lidded eyes. There are 5 tests within our trials, the elder croaked out. As it stands, you are on stage 3. The first test is a simple test of respect. Show courtesy to us, and we will show courtesy to you. You're kidding. The elder spoke as if that was just a casual comment, but the words made Sam reel. He gripped the fabric of his pants in his kneeling posture and took a deep breath. When he first arrived here, he had nodded at the elder on guard, and so had the ace trainer. Cassandra had probably done the same as well. But Reedy hadn't. So she wasn't able to move on. That can't be it. He's joking, right? Sam looked at the elder. No. He's completely serious. It really was just a test of respect. They held her back for something as dumb as a nod. He said trainers needed to show courtesy, but that goes both ways. They need to respect their challengers, too. He fumed, but he fought to not show that on his face. He wasn't sure how well he was succeeding given the churning he felt inside. People are allowed to be nervous, ever thought about that? Heck, I'm sure even Eliza would have nodded, but she got distracted by a friendly face. Claire was right. This trial is biased. It didn't feel fair at all. The second test is a test of capability, the elder continued, unaware of Sam's reactions. When faced with an unexpected challenge, how does a trainer react? Not everyone takes the boat. Our Pokémon do not always block a trainer's way. Your Primeape is impressive, especially for an exception on a specialist's team. It's good to see that you rely on your Pokémon and to see them rely on you in return. A pause. The old man seemed to try to gauge Sam's expression, but Sam was forcing his face to be unreadable and flat. What is most important when training a dragon type? The old man asked. Strength, Sam answered. He didn't care to put in more thought than that at this point. Wrong, the old man said. The answer is heart. A dragon must respect its trainer, but they cannot be distant. There must be a sense of trust between them. Dragon types are the type by far most bound by emotion. It is up to the trainer to know how to properly react. Sam chose to say nothing. He had a feeling most specialists thought their type was the type most bound by emotion. He was pretty sure that was just a trait of Pokémon in general. Samuel Greyson. Of Dewford Town, Hone. Aspiring ghost-type specialist with a team that half lacks the type, the old man declared. What are you searching for? Information, Sam said, forcing his anger back down. I want anything and everything the Blackthorn clan has on the ghost type. If I have to be more specific, I want access to your historical records of ghost-type sightings across the region, not just the ones seen en routes. And maybe you have records of Hisuian Typhlosion, too. The old man tilted his head to the side, considering the request, before replying with a single nod. We can assist. Providing you with that information is well within the Blackthorn clan's power. The next stage of these trials would have seen you face the other participants, but I can see this is where your participation will end, the old man said. You did well, but this third stage is not a test of knowledge, but a test of heart. I cannot speak to your experiences so far, but your perspective is far too literal. If we were to continue this, all we would learn are logical answers rather than the emotional truths we seek. Yet? Whatever. If the Blackthorn clan was trying to impress him with their generosity, they weren't doing a good job of it. They were trying to present themselves as some great organization, but it felt like they were just having people scramble for their table scraps. Still, he wasn't going to object to getting more information. They'd already outright said they'd provide him with what he wanted to know. As for Reedy, Lance had only obtained his Dratini after several attempts at these trials. Reedy would try again, and Sam would provide her with the expected format. The trial followed. However, the old man continued, before we arrange anything between us, I would like to request an answer to one final question. It's a personal question from me, not one asked on behalf of the clan. You are a ghost-type specialist not of our region, so I wish to know something. Sam sat up straighter. The trial has concluded, so please speak honestly. Given your favored type, tell me, what are your thoughts on Elite Four Agatha? Sam blinked. What? The elder stared down at him impassively, waiting for a reply. Chapter 90. Elite Four Agatha? Sam had been annoyed, but the unexpected question briefly made him forget his annoyance. It wasn't that it presented him with any new idea, it was just that what the elder asked felt so random. Elite Four Agatha is an expert with the ghost type, the Blackthorn elder said. Some would even call her a master. Her command over her Jengar is peerless, and she's not one to avoid branching out to other Pokémon such as Golbat and Arbok. Sam wasn't sure how to respond. He scratched at his cheek, pretending to be thinking about it while buying himself time to recover. A Golbat? He asked. And not a Crobat. She famously went on air to present her Golbat with an Everstone in front of all of Indigo. She declared she had no need of a Jotunian Pokémon such as its evolved form, ignoring how Zubat and Golbat can be found throughout all of Kanto. The Blackthorn elder kept a pleasant smile on his face, but the subsequent, slow blink spoke of both frustration and annoyance. Sam wasn't one to pay attention to Indigo's politics, but even he knew that Agatha was outspoken in the rare few times someone managed to get her to speak. A common way to describe her was crotchety, but it wasn't like she wasn't respected. She might have been old, but with that age came decades of experience. No one would say she didn't deserve to be a part of the Elite Four. But she was still someone from another time. Her journey had taken place back when Kanto and Johto had a much more tense relationship. Then again, the same's true for this elder, isn't it? The old man's half-lidded eyes were appraising, and Sam did his best to sit at attention under that sharp gaze. He wanted to leave and put everything about this trial behind him, yet Sam would be lying if he said the question hadn't sparked his curiosity. He didn't know much about Agatha. She might have been a ghost-type specialist, but he much preferred learning about the type via his own research rather than just copying someone else. He was also from Hone, so he couldn't speak much on Indigo's politics and its people of note. The most he could do along those lines was repeat opinions he heard on things like how Stephen Stone's connection to the Devon Corp was technically a conflict of interest. He sat there in thought. Sam honestly spent more time on this answer than any questions from before. When he eventually spoke, his words came slowly, as he was still in the process of putting everything together. Agatha is strong, Sam said carefully. I respect her skill with the ghost type, but I think I dislike how single-minded she is about its nature. I haven't done much research into her in the past, but it really seems like she focuses way too much on their surface-level appearance. Ghost types might like to stalk and scare their targets, but they're still Pokémon. Type isn't everything. I don't think any Pokémon is as mean as she tries to present. Sam frowned when he finished, thinking back to how he'd acted in the Violet City tournament. But how much of her outward appearance is just a deception? Does she really think of the ghost type like that, or does she just lean into that image so no one ever knows what she's really thinking? He didn't say anything else. He didn't want to. On his cushion, the elder nodded along, but nothing about the old man's expression betrayed his thoughts. I see. Sam felt an eyebrow twitch. He'd expected a bigger reaction than just I see. Then again, he'd hardly gone in depth. His description was similar to the answers he'd given before, it only touched on surface-level details and did not include comments on Agatha's political beliefs or behavior. Please don't tell me this was just a lead-up to presenting a political opinion of your own. Do you mind if I ask why you asked that question? Sam said. The old man chuckled. He shook his head, moving it with amusement rather than denial. It was just an idle curiosity, he said in his hoarse voice. Nothing more, nothing less. Agatha is certainly a character. I have my own opinions of her, and the same is true of the Blackthorn clan, but those opinions aren't anything to speak in polite company. Elite Four Agatha only came into prominence after my generation, and I wish to know the perspective of an outsider that shares the favored type of someone as young and hot-blooded as her. How old is this guy? Sam wisely kept his mouth shut. But this is enough for now, the elder said. As an aside, I'd like to request you to remember that both Johto and Kanto make up Indigo. Neither is inherently better than the other. He chuckled. We've put the years of Cold War behind us for a reason. The future is in the hands of the young, and they will achieve great things together. I can confidently say that the Blackthorn clan disagrees with Kanto's projected exceptionalism. All trainers are capable of great things. We can see you are capable of great things as well, so please, if you require any other assistance, do not hesitate to contact us, and we will be willing to help you. But you didn't help Reedy. Sam made sure to keep that thought in his mind. When he left the dragon's den, Sam was alone. To leave, he was directed toward a back tunnel that curved around and led to the surface. Cassandra didn't show up. Reedy had already left. The ace trainer who had been sitting behind those paper screens had vanished when it was determined that Sam would not progress. Sam wanted to talk to Reedy, but she was neither at the lake nor in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. The nurse on duty confirmed she had gone upstairs, but rather than bothering her, Sam decided to give her space and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep quickly after such an incredibly long night. Waking up the next morning, he ate breakfast and checked in with the nurse before heading out. What he didn't expect was a packet of papers waiting for him. The Blackthorn clan had moved quickly to provide him with the information he desired. Look at this. Photocopies of everything relevant to me. The Blackthorn clan might have its issues, but I can't say they aren't on top of things. On the couch next to him, Quilava lifted her head to sniff at the packet of papers Sam held in his hands. He flicked through, not reading it just yet but trying to get a sense of things. He could already tell it was filled with information on the ghost type, and Sam leaned in to hunker down and start reading within this Pokémon Center lobby. Quilava watched his eyes scan through the pages, but she eventually rested her head to relax and digest her food from breakfast. In Sam's shadow, a few eyes opened up to see what he was doing, but they just as quickly closed and pulled back, bored. Misdreavus made a short appearance next to Sam, chatting with Quilava for a minute or two. However, Sam didn't move from his place, so she entered his shadow again. Sam had a lot to get through, but he didn't mind all the reading. He enjoyed this kind of research, and by staying in the Pokémon Center lobby, he was giving Reedy space to meet up with him when she was ready. This is, unfortunately, even with all of Sam's excited energy, the more he read through the packet, the more he slowed down. I don't know what I expected. Disappointed, he leaned back in his seat and let out a sigh. Quilava pushed against him in an attempt to cheer him up. It's full of handwritten summaries and photocopied pages. The Blackthorn clan definitely has an enormous archive, but they didn't give me their original documents. Just copies bound together, he said to his Pokémon. There are a few first-hand accounts listed within, and it heavily focuses on sightings of ghost types around the region, exactly what I requested. But I don't know. He sighed again. I was just hoping there would have been more than what's listed. It started with a collection of sightings of the most common species, included mostly for completion's sake. The packet made the incredible confirmation that, yes, Ghastly and Misdreavus could be found within the region. Weirdly, though, the two species tended to avoid coastlines, being found inland more often than not. As for Misdreavus, the species was rarer than Ghastly, but it could be found in great numbers in the caves around Mount Silver. Past that section, thankfully, were clippings of newspaper articles discussing the presence of Shuppet and Duskull. Mostly, the articles discussed how certain, foreign species were becoming more prevalent, using Shuppet and Duskull as examples. Those two species occasionally formed naturally when the environment was exactly right, but in this case, individuals from the nearby regions had snuck along with trainers to form breeding populations in a few places across Johto. That was news to Sam, as the new Pokédex didn't exactly list either of them as species present in Johto. However, once he moved past those two species, nothing included afterward seemed to be counted as among Johto's common ghost-type species. I am kind of surprised Sableye and Snorunt aren't included in this, Sam commented. I guess there's no way for Sableye to travel across regions when they live in caves, but the lack of Snorunt is unexpected. I could have sworn they would be able to be found in the ice path to our west. The rest of the packet included a few species that were technically native, but they were only ever found as individuals rather than as members of any species-based group. These came into existence via uncommon phenomena rather than anything involving reproduction. Sam technically had a chance to find them, but to do so, he would have to go out of his way to search for them or just be lucky enough to encounter one while traveling. He read over the pages that described the rare sightings once again. A handwritten passage contained a Pokémon Ranger's report of a moving tree deep within Ilex. Given the passage's presence in the packet, Sam took that to be either a Phantump or a Trevenant. A few complaints from auction houses discussed anomalous teapots. Those were likely one of two convergent species, either Polteagist or Sinistcha. Sam had high hopes for Hunch, but that species was rarer now than it had ever been in the past. Hunch only took form when a spirit possessed a sword that was at least 100 years old. The sword had to be both in good shape and go untouched for some time, a combination that rarely ever lined up. Most ancient buildings and battlefields had already been picked over by archaeologists, and modern developments had meant collectors were much better at protecting their collections from possession. Weirdly, Sam had read a passage in one of the books loaned from Morty about that. The last of the potential species were listed via a few handwritten notes that seemed to be summaries of other sources. Whoever had compiled these pages had written down a quick list of ghost types whose presence were either extraordinarily rare or not backed by any specific source. The jellyfish Pokémon, Frillish, occasionally drifted in from the ocean only to get caught in the rapids of the Whirl Islands. There were no comments about the same happening to wild Basculin, and there was nothing written about Basculjun. Dryfluon, too, would sometimes float into the region, but that Pokémon came here via the sky. While common to Sinnoh, the balloon Pokémon's appearances could be counted on one hand, and the same was true for other ghost types that rarely stowed away on international ships. Yummisk, Litwick, Golett, and Rotom had all appeared in one of Johto's port cities. Unfortunately, they weren't noted to have shown up more than once, and each one was either caught quickly or was captured and returned home by the authorities. I thought there'd be more, Sam grumbled, closing the packet once more. It feels like if I want to hunt down another ghost type, I'm going to be limited to something like a Shuppet or Duskull. Quilava looked up at him and tilted her head to the side in a question. Sam saw that and blushed, looking away from her almost accusing stare. Why yeah, I mean, it's not like I dislike those species, but I can find and befriend either of them if I just head back to Hone, Sam said. I just wanted to meet a rarer ghost type, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to do for our 5th team member, but I'm thankful all of you were willing to travel with me. We've already made incredible progress, so I'm kind of okay with whatever comes our way. I'm not picky, I'll catch any Pokémon that fits. Quilava said her name, and Sam hugged her. He went back to scheming through as she plopped down to lean against his side. Even though nothing was immediately useful to him, Sam appreciated the information, his distaste for the Blackthorn clan aside. If he didn't have the new Pokédex or even access to the ghost-type forums in general, he imagined that this information would have determined how he tackled the rest of Johto from here. For now, he just leaned back in his seat to consider his next steps. He felt like he was juggling several mountains at once. There's Quilava's evolution. Primeape's evolution. Heck, Haunter's and Misdreavus's evolutions might pose some problems, too. I have to make sure everyone is trained. I have to keep an eye out for new members of our team. I have to worry about making money, earning the rest of Johto's gym badges, our upcoming double battle against Claire, and now the Blackthorn clan. Sam rubbed his temples. The Blackthorn clan. It was almost noon, and Reedy still hadn't made an appearance. Sam was worried for a lot of reasons, but mainly, he was just annoyed at the entirety of the Blackthorn clan. He didn't like them. Claire had warned him and Reedy that the clan's trials were biased, but Sam hadn't expected trainers to be eliminated for a reason as dumb as a nod. Sure, dragon types were more amiable when you had their respect, but it felt as though the Blackthorn clan wasn't respecting anyone who didn't immediately respect them right back. To Sam, it felt as though the clan was leaning into its reputation rather than doing anything that'd be worthy of it. Sure, the Blackthorn clan was giving away useful items to trainers with potential, but they were also being picky about who those trainers were, going as far as to obscure the trial's location to include only those they wanted to invite. He supposed he might have had a more positive opinion of them if he'd grown up in Indigo around stories of Blackthorn's influence and prestige, but Sam was from Hone. Instead, he couldn't get over how quickly they'd kicked out Reedy. And the way they told him he wasn't continuing felt a bit dismissive, too. All the trial did was make them seem arrogant. And that last question about Agatha was the worst of it. That guy said he was just curious, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to make her seem unreasonable and the clan reasonable in exchange. Sam brought his hand back down to reach into his backpack. He started to take out that journal on his why. However, he paused as he did so. A flash of pink caught his attention. Cassandra skipped away from the Pokémon Center's front counter, moving to head outside. The girl wasn't as dressed up as she was last night, but her shirt and skirt were still shades of pink. There was a bright smile on her face and a hop that came alongside every step. Unlike Sam, she seemed satisfied with how her trial had ended. He stood up before he realized what he was doing. Driven by curiosity, Sam chased after her. Quilava perched on the back of the couch to watch him run over, and right as Cassandra put her hand on the door outside, Sam called out. "Cassandra!" She stopped and turned his way. Unfortunately, as he approached, Sam realized this was a mistake. Cassandra's mouth opened in delighted surprise, and she made a show of batting her eyelashes at him. "Oh, Sammy! You really came to see?" "Yeah, no," Sam interrupted. "I just wanted to ask about what happened last night. Did you make a deal with the Blackthorn clan?" Rather than be upset with that abrupt dismissal, Cassandra perked up. A bright smile crossed her face. "Yes. We did make a deal," she said, in almost a sing-song voice. "They figured since I'm a normal-type trainer." "Fairy-type trainer? What?" "You're a fairy-type trainer," Sam said. Cassandra burst into a fit of giggles. It took a full minute for her to recover. Sam crossed his arms. "No, no. A fairy-type trainer? One of them? Please." Cassandra wiped an eye. "Oh, don't worry. I don't have anything to do with something like that." "You're training a Clefairy and Jigglypuff," Sam said, voice emotionless. "Not anymore. They're both the normal-type Clefable and Wigglytuff, courtesy of the moonstones provided by the Blackthorn clan." Her expression seemed to sparkle with joy as she smiled at Sam. Sam blankly stared back. "But they're fairy types?" Sam asked. "Nua. I'm 100% sure that they're normal types. The Blackthorn clan made that extraordinarily clear last night. And now that my Pokémon have evolved, I'll make sure that anyone I talk to also understands that my Pokémon are normal types and not anything else." Her smile persisted. The way she kept emphasizing every other word was getting exhausting. But it still took Sam an embarrassingly long time to figure out her hidden meaning. "This is part of your deal with the Blackthorn clan," he said, realization dawning on him. "You can't say your team members are fairy types, but you get those moonstones in exchange." "What deal?" Cassandra cocked her head to the side. "I didn't make any deal. They simply generously provided me with a pair of moonstones, and I'm making sure there are no misunderstandings about how half my team is the normal type. But if you keep explaining it like that, no one's going to believe you." Cassandra blinked at him. "Oh, no. Why would I ever want something like that?" she said flatly. Cassandra stepped to the side when the door opened behind her. A man wearing a black domino mask paused briefly to smile at them before moving to the front counter and the on-duty nurse. "Now, is that all?" Cassandra asked. "Unless your questions were just a pretense, and you actually wanted to ask me out on a..." "Goodbye, Cassandra," Sam said. "Bye, Sammy. See you at the conference." He stepped back for a decisive end to the conversation, giving Cassandra the chance to skip outside. Before she got too far away, she turned and wiggled her fingers at him to wave goodbye, but Sam was already moving back to the couch. "I don't understand the fairy type." He heard the nurse laugh as he plopped down on the cushion, and Quilava slid down the couch's back to return to her place next to him. At the front counter, the man in the mask leaned against its edge. He made no effort to hide his attempts at flirting, and the nurse made no effort to push back. Sam decided to focus on his research and only his research. Using that journal on his why, he tried to compare notes. There had been no mention of Hisui and Tiflosian within the documents provided by the Blackthorn clan. Sinnoh and Johto were different regions, but Sam hoped he could find some sort of pattern to give him some kind of deeper clue into the ghost type. Unfortunately, though he took his time, he was unable to find anything. The most he could make out was a general sense that people used to be a lot more afraid of Pokémon in the past. Before Pokeballs became ubiquitous, few people ever bonded with Pokémon to have those individuals be considered part of their team. However, without a Pokémon's assistance, how were aggressive ghosts handled back then? Wild ghost-type Pokémon like to play pranks, and when it comes to actual ghosts, there'd always been channelers, shamans, and mediums, but Sam felt as though there was a missing niche. So focused on reading, he didn't notice he had company until a heavy thump into the couch caused Quilava to bounce beside him. Looking up, he saw Reedy, who leaned against the back of the couch and stared up at the ceiling. "Hey," Sam said. "Heya," Reedy replied. A second passed. "I've got 3 weeks before I can try again," she said. Sam frowned. Reedy didn't look as upset as he expected. 3 weeks before trying again was a while, but there was time left in the season, and training was cumulative. As long as they used their time wisely, spending more time in Blackthorn just meant spending less time in later cities. It helped that wait times for gym battles didn't pick up until the end of the season, but even then, trainers nearing 8 gym badges tended to get priority. "Are you okay?" Sam asked. "I'm fine. Frustrated, though. I thought I could get Dragonair and start training with her, but instead." Reedy clenched a hand. 3 weeks, she repeated. 3 weeks to prepare so that next time, we do win. Though she had been eliminated, Sam could tell that Reedy had no place for this to keep her down. Unfortunately, even with that thought, Sam still couldn't suppress his snort. "But is doing the trial again even worth it?" Reedy snapped her head up to glare at him. "What? Hold on, I don't mean you should give up on Dragonair, I'm saying that I don't think the trial is going to help," Sam said quickly. It's just not worth it. It's rigged. Biased. You were eliminated before the first test even began. Do you think that was for a good reason?" Sam shook his head. "No. It was arbitrary. And stupid. The only reason you didn't move on was because you didn't nod to greet the elder." Sam realized he was raising his voice and forced himself to quiet down. Reedy was staring, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. Words poured out of him like a waterfall. "That whole trial was just so dumb and meaningless," he hissed, trying to stay quiet. "At any point, the clan could have decided that they didn't like us and say we weren't fit to move on. It's like a popularity contest, except we're trainers from outside the clan. If we show off in the way they approve, then, great. We get free stuff. If we just happen to say or do something they don't like," Sam scowled, "then we're out and get nothing in return. They gave me what I asked for, but I didn't get that far. If you want Dragonair, you're probably going to have to make it to the end. I'm pretty sure the quality of the stuff they give correlates to how well someone does. I know I'm acting all annoyed at this chance to get support from them, but everything about these trials feels gross. I mean, they even bribed someone to try to hide the existence of the fairy type even though she has 2 fairy types on her team." Reedy didn't immediately comment at the end of his rant, but she did carefully look Sam up and down as he breathed and turned to face the floor. Her head rocked from side to side as she considered what he said. Then, she suddenly narrowed her eyes in suspicious realization. "So? How far did you really get?" she asked. "3rd stage out of 5, Sam sniffed. A smirk appeared on Reedy's face. "I get it. You're upset you didn't make it to the end." Sam wanted to reply, but nothing came out. He tried to glare at Reedy, feeling the heat rush to his face, but she just grinned at him, smug. "It's not." He cleared his throat when his voice cracked. "It's not that. I just don't see a point in playing along. Who's to say anyone outside their clan ever gets a dragon type? The trial isn't fair." Reedy hummed. "I think it's fine if they're a little unfair," she said. As Sam frowned, Reedy adjusted her posture to bring herself back up. She rolled her jaw in thought, taking a bit to figure out her explanation for that outrageous sentence. "Look, I've had time to think. And, yeah, I was pretty upset. But that was last night, and this is now. All of that is behind us, so we just have to move on," she said. "I've basically come to the conclusion that while I don't like it, I'm kind of okay with needing to try again. Even if the Blackthorn clan is a bit biased, that just means I need to try harder. What's really stopping me from getting angry is that they're at least partially motivated by what's best for Dragonair. And, Reedy added, Claire's the one who told us about these trials in the first place. She's a gym leader. I figure if the Blackthorn clan does try to stop me, she has at least some influence she could use to help us out. But she didn't have that kind of influence to keep her Dragonite around, Sam grumbled. You mean the Dragonite being sent to Lance? The aggressive Dragonite being sent to the guy who's going on an aggressive campaign against Team Rocket. Sam looked away. Fine. Maybe you have a point, he mumbled. Reedy simply sat back on the couch, looking as smug as ever to have gotten one up over Sam. I guess I just thought we could take advantage of what we know, Sam said. I don't trust the Blackthorn clan to actually help you with Dragonair, so I thought that instead of doing the trials, we could spread some unwanted information around. Sam wiggled a hand. We'd tell other people about the trial, he said. Reveal how they set up all their stages. Basically, we do what Lance did, annoy the Blackthorn clan so much they give us Dragonair just so we go away. Reedy tilted her head to the side. What, like blackmail? She asked. Man, why'd you go and say something like that, Sam? Now I'm regretting trying to be mature about this. Blackmailing an entire clan would have been fun. Sam laughed, but he jumped when a pair of hands thumped onto the back of the couch. A voice spoke up from behind, a cheerful tone behind every word. What a marvelous idea, the voice said. But I don't believe antagonizing the Blackthorn clan in their own city would ever be a good plan. Sam turned around to see whoever had just butted in, but he stilled when he saw that masked man from before. Sam would have tried to reply with a few biting words, but he was too distracted to think of any. The man's outfit was ridiculous. His waistcoat sparkled in the Pokémon Center's lights, looking like something that wouldn't have been out of place on a circus performer on a stage. My. It's a pleasure to meet the both of you, the man continued, giving the two of them a full second to use to recover. You must be Reedy, and you must be Sam, yes? And a fine greeting to you too, my dear Quilava. Confused, she squeaked in reply. Now then, a certain Nurse Joy submitted a request for a tutor, and thus, I am here. I believe she wanted you to be tutored in the ways of teleport, which you will find is my expertise. The man smiled a genuine smile. A white mesh on the domino mask prevented Sam from seeing the man's eyes, but they somehow seemed to be sparkling in the Pokémon Center's lights. However, while waiting for a good time to introduce myself, I couldn't help but to overhear your conversation. He rubbed his chin with a grin on his face. I've trained all around the world, and after hearing you two speak, I feel as though there's a way I can help you even more.